carbon dioxide in pink and emissions in blue. And you can see in the 20th century, there has been a frightening growth in the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. And of course, that's bad, because the more carbon dioxide you have in the atmosphere, the more warming we have, the greenhouse effect, because carbon dioxide absorbs the sunshine and warms the planet. And the effects of that are quite stark. There's wildfires, people being evacuated from Rhodes, one of the Greek islands, enormous floods in Germany causing erosion. Wildlife is suffering. There's a polar bear, not in a good state, is he? He's not had a lot to eat recently. And startlingly, here's a glacier in the Alps in 1930. Here's the same glacier in 2022. So nearly 100 years apart. And you can see the ice is melting. It's real, you know, it's not just a newspaper article. We're seeing it happen all around us. There's been all the floods in Kenya, I think, this last wet season. So, why might that be happening? Well, here's our graph of carbon dioxide on your left, and here's a graph of energy consumption by the world versus time just since 2000 to 2021. And the key things to look at are grey, which is coal, red, which is gas, and oil, which is green, so fossil fuels. And we get energy from those by burning them. And if we don't do anything, we chuck that in the atmosphere. And you can see that just since the last 20 years, there's been a continuing growth, certainly in coal, a little bit in gas, not so much in oil, and the little blip is due to COVID. So then if we shrink the right-hand graph so that the time scale is the same as that on the left, and then we superimpose it on top of the carbon dioxide versus time, it's quite compelling, isn't it? Our increasing consumption of burning fossil fuels, that total growth rate, which is at the top of the grey, is very, very close to the growth in carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. So that burning of fossil fuels is what's causing the climate change. However, we don't have any other energy at the moment. If you go back to that graph, so you can see it better, can you see that there's still probably 90% of the world's energy is coming from burning fossil fuels? We can't say, well, next year we're going to stop burning fossil fuels, the lights will go out, we'll have to walk everywhere. We won't be able to get food imported and exported, so the world's economy would collapse. So it's going to take a long time to wean the human race off fossil fuels. And just to summarize that, this is for 2021. It's a little bit fuzzy, apologies, but carbon dioxide emissions account for about 75, or fuel combustion accounts for 75% of carbon dioxide emissions, and the other 22% is other causes. So most of it is from burning the fossil fuels, and we use it mainly for energy, transport, and then a little bit in homes and in industry. Oops. So look where I'm going. So what are we going to do about it? So looking forward in time, just to repeat the message, you look at the world population. This is in billions here, so we're talking about, here's 2020, looking out to 2100. the world's population is going to continue growing somewhere at least up to 2050. It's beginning to slow down, and all those people want energy. And you know far too well in this country, as in many parts of the world, many people don't even have access to water. They have to gather firewood to cook on. So they would love to have a cooker in their home that's fired by gas. They'd love to have a car to drive around. And we can't say to them, oh, no, we're in Europe, we're all rich and we're happy. We can't just say, yeah, deal with it. We're going to stop using fossil fuels. They have a right to the same quality of life as we have. So, what do we do? Well, the big idea is to capture the carbon dioxide where we can. And note that's not from transport at the moment. So we'd have to capture the carbon dioxide at power stations and factories, pressurize it, dry it, pop it in a ship or a pipeline, and then inject it underground, which is what petroleum engineers have been doing, taking oil and gas out of the ground for years and years and years. And you can either use old oil and gas fields, but actually there isn't enough of them to capture all the carbon dioxide we want to store. So we're looking at saline aquifers. And it can be done. It's being done at the moment, has been done since 1996 by Equinor in Sleipner, admittedly at low rates, 1 megaton a year. They've been injecting into Snøhvit at slightly under a megaton a year since 2008, both in offshore environments. And then if we look around the world, all those different dots are projects that are planned in Europe. So dark blue is operational, green is people thinking about it. Early development is they're sitting at their desks, running computer models at best. So that's Europe, which is advanced in that. The US, South America less so. Asia, China have got a good few projects. Australia's got one operational project. And then we look at, I'm afraid the rest of Africa isn't on the map because there aren't any projects. So the only projects to speak of are really in the Middle East. So there's lots of work to be done if we want to store carbon dioxide underground. We've got to, and remember an oil and gas project takes 10 years to get off the ground. So if we start planning these projects now, we're not going to be putting carbon dioxide in the ground until 2035, unless we work really hard. But we have the knowledge. You know, the petroleum engineers, we know how to take oil and gas out of the ground, we know how to inject water into the ground, transport fluids around. In the US, they've been doing carbon dioxide enhanced oil recovery since 1964. So they know all about putting carbon dioxide into the ground to extract oil. So we have all the engineering expertise for that. But there are some challenges, particularly if you want to go offshore, which is what we want to do, mainly in Europe around the North Sea. We've got too many people, we can't inject carbon dioxide underneath centres of population because of the risk of leakage and fracturing and seismic tremors. So offshore is the way to go. But if you're moving offshore, when you first put carbon dioxide into an offshore platform, it may be in a dense phase, but it's going to expand, isn't it? We all remember our ideal gas law, yeah? PV equals RT. If pressure decreases, volume increases, temperature decreases, that's the Joule-Thomson effect, and that can actually, if you have a very large pressure drop, cause temperatures close to zero. Carbon dioxide is an acidic gas if you mixed water in it, so you've got to make sure your pipelines are of a material so they don't corrode. Some experimental work has shown they're more prone to fracturing than if you're putting hydrocarbons through it. And carbon dioxide's got strange properties. It's dense like oil, but its viscosity is like gas. So that adds interest to when you're planning your compressors to and pumps to pass the carbon dioxide through the pipeline, and how do you boost rates over a very long pipeline. I'm sure some of you are more expert in that than I am. So, I talked about there being two main places to put carbon dioxide underground: old oil and gas fields or saline aquifers. The good news about old oil and gas fields is that we know they've got a secure seal. Carbon dioxide can't leak out of the rock formations above. Normally, we've depleted the pressure in the oil and gas fields, so that gives us more capacity to store carbon dioxide. And they're fairly well characterized geologically. I mean, they're not ideally characterized, but we know something about it because we've been producing from them for 20, 30 years. The big problem is there isn't enough volume. Where's our IT person? Is there a... It's back. Okay, I'll just have to keep touching the screen to stop it somehow. Let's go back. Yeah, so there's not enough volume for all the carbon dioxide we need to store to make a big difference to climate change. And the very fact we've got this low initial pressure may mean that initially when you inject carbon dioxide, you could end up impairing injectivity because you could have the formation of hydrates around the wellbore. Saline aquifers, the good thing is there's lots of them. There's a huge volume, more than enough to store all the carbon dioxide we might want to. However, we don't know much about them. We don't know how good is the seal, so how secure is the carbon dioxide. Their pressure, at best, is hydrostatic pressure, and we don't want to increase the pressure above to the point where it'll fracture the seal or move local faults. So we've got less headroom, so less capacity in any given part of a saline aquifer. And we know nothing about them because no one's going to spend money to run logs, drill wells in an aquifer that doesn't earn you money. But we're going to have to do it. So I've talked a little bit about some of the operational challenges when you're actually injecting carbon dioxide into an aquifer. You know, from those of you who are petroleum engineers, as you inject a fluid into a volume, if you don't take stuff out, the pressure increases. If you increase the pressure too much, you will fracture the caprock and all the carbon dioxide will escape either into the formation above or maybe out to the sea floor, so it'll go back into the atmosphere. The subsurface is faulted. You know all about that in East African reservoirs, which are heavily faulted. You apply pressure to those and the stress field is in the same direction, and you will open up those faults, and again you'll get CO2 leakage. There's a risk of seismicity, a bit like tight gas. You can if you cause even slight fracturing, you'll get little earthquake tremors, and people aren't very happy when their houses start cracking and falling down, understandably. And you may even get uplift of the surface. It'll be minor if you're looking at it in terms of a human being, but in terms of engineering, if you've, say, got a great big seafloor mounted platform and you raise the seafloor by 30 centimeters, then that can have engineering implications for the platform. because you're putting different loads on the platform depending on how the ground moves. So we have to limit volumes, rates of injection when we're planning a carbon dioxide project. We need to understand what the stress field is in the subsurface, which is quite difficult sometimes. And we need to do lots of computer modeling to try and bound the risks, because we know so little about the subsurface, and even when we've characterized it, there are still uncertainties. Again, you know that if you've been doing reservoir engineering. So some of the physics that helps us keep the carbon dioxide underground. Well, first of all, there's structural stratigraphic trapping. So layers of rock aren't horizontal. They're typically folded in some way. So if you have an anticline, you want to put the carbon dioxide in the top of the anticline so it's stored safely and it can't leak out either side. Over time, if you have a two-phase system, you know your relative permeabilities, some of the carbon dioxide will be trapped by capillary forces in the pores of the rock. And at the same time, the carbon dioxide will dissolve in water. It's not very soluble, 5% maximum, but it'll dissolve in the water, and that reduces the free volume within the gas cap. And ultimately, over 1,000 years, you might form carbonates, so then you have a mineral, and that's really secure because that's solid. But it takes a long time for the mineralization to happen. Where I'm looking, I will do this very quickly, because my area at the moment is looking at capillary trapping. So if you imagine these are rock grains, so each one of those is probably 1 millimeter across. You've got tiny little gaps between the rock grains, maybe 100 microns, and capillary forces will trap droplets of carbon dioxide in between the grains, and they can't move. So that is, you can store maybe 20% of the carbon dioxide quite securely by capillary trapping, but there's still 80% to trap. However, we also have layers of rock with different porosity and permeability, which are on the meter scale also. And those meter scale layers, which one of my students has drawn schematically here, can result in additional capillary trapping at the boundary between a high permeability porosity formation and a low permeability porosity formation. So just to illustrate that, suppose that's your initial saturation of carbon dioxide in blue, then you can draw the capillary trapped on the pore scale carbon dioxide in the black dashed line. And if you then include the capillary heterogeneity on the meter scale, corresponding to this graph on the right, can you see that the difference between the black and the red is quite high when you're underneath one of those lower quality layers? So, and when you include that in your computer models, instead of all the carbon dioxide going to the top, which is shown in that cross-section there, so that's X and Z, you see all the carbon dioxide in yellow is at the top of the anticline. Here, you're getting some of it trapped in lower layers, and that's, we believe, is secure. It won't be able to escape. But we're looking at characterizing that and modeling it, because it's quite hard, because you're looking at properties that change on the meter scale in a formation that varies on the 10-kilometer scale. So some other challenges which other clever people are looking at, far cleverer than me, thinking about leakage. In many parts of the world, Texas, North Sea, there's a lot of abandoned wells. When people didn't know where the oil was, they'd just drill a well, and then if they didn't find the oil, they'd just seal up the well. And when it was an aquifer, that it didn't matter how good that seal was. But now, when we're thinking of pressurizing the reservoir and we've got a low viscosity fluid, carbon dioxide, there's a risk those abandoned wells may fail and you may get leakage to the sea floor. You could have your injection wells failing, you could have your pipelines fracturing, so we've got to think about all those particular risks and how do we manage them. And we also know that historically, here are some nice seismic cross-sections, and can you see there's some sort of anomalies here and here and here and here. Those are gas pipes, so historically we can see where hydrocarbon gas has escaped through the surface through these so-called gas pipes. They're difficult to identify on seismic, but if we know that gas can leak through to the surface that way, we need to try and identify them to stop the leakage. And then the biggest challenge is how much carbon dioxide we need to store. So we need to store, based on 2021 figures, 35 gigatons. Okay? At the moment, the world is managing 111 megatons. So we're only a factor of 300 out. And if we want to keep global warming to less than 1.5 degrees, we need to be injecting 5 to 10 gigatons a year going forward. So we need to have a lot of projects, and we need to start that soon. So back to the leakage problem. We can try and bound how much carbon dioxide might leak based on our experience of oil and gas. Around the world, we think there's 243 gigatons of oil, 161 gigatons of gas that are reserves. We're producing off that, we'll focus on oil to begin with, 4.2 gigatons a year. And we reckon that there are about 1.3 megatons leaking to the surface. So that's a lot smaller, and about half of that is natural and about half of that is due to leakage from man-made installations. And the numbers are very similar for natural gas leakage. So if you reflect on how much oil there is underground versus how much is leaking, that suggests that it could be quite safe to keep carbon dioxide underground. There will be leakage, but it'll be quite minor on the scale of things. But will people like it? I don't know how. There's people who haven't done engineering don't always trust engineers, and they don't always trust the numbers, and they can get very anxious and very angry when they see any leakage. So we know from oil and gas, we've had oil and gas leaks in the past. Going forward, there will doubtless be carbon dioxide leaks. So we're going to have to manage that. Otherwise, they might shut down the whole CCS program, which could be not good news for the world's climate. Suppose the world's temperature rises by more than 1.5 degrees. Sea level might rise by 2 meters by 2100. Uganda, you're good. You're way above sea level. But the coastal communities around the world could be inundated, and there are many big cities where people would have to move, so that would have a profound economic and societal impacts. Wave power might increase by 50%, so we have an awful lot of offshore installations which were designed for lower wave power. And if you look at this map here, you can just about see the continents, and in purple and pink are what we believe to be natural methane deposit, methane hydrate deposits. So the chemists know what a hydrate is. Hopefully the engineers do, that it's a kind of crystalline water structure with methane trapped within the crystalline structure, and it's stable at about 5 degrees, which occurs along the continental shelves in fairly deep water. And there's a lot of it. If it starts melting, the structural integrity of the continental shelves could be damaged, which could cause tsunamis. And of course, methane, if you let it out into the atmosphere, doesn't stay for more than 100 years, but while it's there, it's pretty powerful, more so than carbon dioxide, 30 to 80 times more impactful on global warming. So there's some work to be done understanding methane gas hydrates. So, hopefully I'm not too late. Yeah? Yeah? And so, conclusions. Personally, I think we need rapid deployment of offshore, ideally offshore carbon dioxide capture and storage. Maybe there are opportunities in the bigger continents, such as Africa, where you have a lower density of population. We need to store an awful lot, 5 to 10 gigatons a year, compared with 111 megatons. So we need to get moving on this. So, opportunities. I talked to you yesterday about research proposals, some ideas. Standards for carbon dioxide pipelines need to be updated. How do we start them up, shut them down, maintain their structural integrity? So that's materials research there. Going forward, offshore structures probably need to be built to be resilient to climate change, ever increasing sea levels. Measurements of subsurface stress, fracture prediction, so some heavy-duty mathematics if there's anyone out there who likes doing tensor mathematics. Improved understanding of leakage pathways, maybe some social science to do with public communication and how we tell everyone about carbon dioxide can be made safe. Understanding methane hydrates, where they are, how stable the continental shelves are, and maybe how they interact with carbon dioxide hydrates. Could you replace the methane with carbon dioxide, extract the methane, and use that as an energy resource? Because methane is less carbon dioxide intensive than coal and oil. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Apio. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have the Q&A in this session. And once again, I request Martin, wherever you are, or Steve, let's take the microphone around. Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much, Professor Apio. For your awesome presentation. While the presentation was going on, I was also doing some thinking. In college chemistry, they taught us about selective absorption of gases using some, is it absorbents, such as lime, quick lime, to absorb carbon dioxide and transform it into, is it calcium carbonate? And so if we have some of those natural procedures, quite frankly, why haven't we been able to deploy such in our endeavor to capture carbon in a manner that will not predispose the environment to the leakage of the gases, especially?
Oh, 3, okay, I better write, sorry, let me write this down.
Thank you, Professor, for your presentation. You talked of Africa not having any operational carbon capture and storage program. Does it mean tree planting is not considered under carbon capture and storage programs? Meaning that our efforts to plant trees and go green are in vain? Thank you.
Thanks so much, Professor. The challenge is the storage. How do we manage the storage of this carbon capture? Because I was reading a literature, I realized like country like Germany, they have restricted carbon storage. They have to not store it nationally, but in the border or in the neighboring country. How do you manage it in UK?
Thank you so much, Professor Ann, for the inquisitive lecture on carbon capture and storage. I am a fourth-year petroleum engineering student. You have talked about the mechanism of how the CCS works. But my question is, Professor, what are the costs? I'm looking at the costs implications. What are the costs associated with implementing CCS, and how do they compare to other emission reduction methods? Thank you so much, Professor.
Okay, you can hear me. So let me go through those in order. So the first question from Professor Robinson was about zeolites. And yes, people are looking at carbon dioxide capture and storage using some sort of rock from, there's all sorts of different rocks. And I can't say I'm a specialist. I think the challenge is that it's not as mature as the underground geological storage. We've still got to figure out how to scale it up from a very promising laboratory experiment to the scale that we need to deploy it at. I'm not saying we won't do it, it'll just take a while. I think for lime, it's a fairly quick reaction, but people have looked at other rocks that have been ground up as a result of mining, which seems a very promising use of that waste, but the reactions are very slow, so it'll take tens, if not hundreds of years, unless you can figure out a way to speed it up. But lime is a very promising opportunity there. You have to figure out where you're going to put it, maybe use it for agriculture, which would be a win. So then you'd make money from it, which will come back to question 4. Tree planting, yep, absolutely. Human race has been chopping down trees like it's for hundreds of years. We have very few forests left in the UK, because King Henry VIII in the 1500s chopped down all the trees to make his warships, and we had wooden houses as well, so we don't have any forests. We know the Amazon is being deforested to make room for agriculture. So absolutely we need to plant more trees. The challenge there is human beings need to eat. If we plant trees, we're using land that we could use for agriculture. So again, I'm not an expert, and absolutely we should be investing in reforestation, and perhaps in a way that we can reuse the wood for building and all the other furniture and all the other good things. But it's the land use, and I think it was Professor Ahmad was telling me the other day that people are researching into which trees store the most carbon dioxide. So we can all plant a tree in our garden, helps a little bit. If everything we can do personally all helps a little bit, but with 9 billion people in the world, a little bit can make a big difference. So yes, reforestation definitely needs to be done, but needs a bit more research as well. Germany versus the UK. Sorry, I've forgotten who it was asked that. Right, the problem with Germany is it's a densely populated country and it doesn't have much shoreline. You don't want to inject carbon dioxide into saline aquifers, or it is risky, based on our knowledge so far, to inject carbon dioxide into saline aquifers onshore near centres of population, because you're increasing the pressure underground, which can result in seismic tremors. And when you're in an otherwise seismically stable part of the world, buildings aren't designed to withstand even minor seismic tremors. Yeah, if you're in New Zealand, where they have a lot of earthquakes, they've made sure that their buildings are resistant to earthquakes, but Germany not. And also the risk of, if there was a carbon dioxide leakage, it can suffocate people. It's a very real safety issue. No, my memory fails me, there's a lake in Africa that naturally has emitted carbon dioxide at times, and it has suffocated the villagers who live around that lake. So carbon dioxide is not a nice gas when it's pure, let alone for climate change. So Germany's plan is, you saw my map of the North Sea. Europe-wide, the plan is to use the aquifers in the North Sea and store the carbon dioxide offshore. So there's going to be pipelines built to move the carbon dioxide and inject it offshore, and countries like the UK and Norway are contemplating that. Cost, yeah, the big one. Technically, we're all engineers and scientists. We can make things happen, but then the reality is it costs money. The petroleum engineers know how much oil and gas costs. You're talking about billions to build an offshore platform, but you're going to get the money back because you can sell your oil and gas. Carbon dioxide underground, at the moment, there's no market for carbon dioxide, so it is a cost. It is a cost on you and me as energy users. The Longship project in Norway, I worked out the cost. There's not a lot of people in Norway. At the moment, it's being underwritten by the Norwegian government, but the equivalent is about $500 per person in Norway per year. All right? So add that to your gas and electricity bills, and that's quite a big hit. So that's, if you're an economist, that's the challenge, to make it financially viable, and for governments, because they've got all sorts of other calls on how they spend our taxes, health, education, well-being of the population, versus carbon dioxide storage, which is, from their perspective, a problem for 10, 20, 50 years' time. So yeah, there's lots of problems with that side of it. Great. Yeah, so is Professor Robinson's now? All right, thank you all very much. I can take mine away.
Thank you once again, Professor Ann. We appreciate your presentation and with the many questions I believe people are now ready to take on. Next is the other twin, the grown-up twin, all the way from Nigeria, Professor Waiswa. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him to the podium.
Yes. Good morning, Dr. Sagala and very distinguished participants at this very important knowledge-sharing workshop. Professor Waiswa is on his feet, and there is a particular segment of my presentation. I will endeavor to make it a bit interactive. Interactive in the sense that I would like to bring the discussions to the domain of the audience to also make their valid contributions. I have two scenarios that printed out for a short discussion, maybe in a few minutes before I get to the presentation. And the scenarios are one, the US space mission, how was it achieved? That was in the 60s. And of course, the second scenario, I'd want us to discuss the prospects of Bio-Silica nanoparticles research in the subcontinent. So having said that, I would like to call on Martins. Martins, where is he at the moment? Yeah. He will, as a student participant, will do the presentation for the first passage that has to do with the US space mission. You would all agree with me that putting man on the moon was a daunting task. It took an assemblage of well over 200,000 people to work together in concert to be able to achieve that historic feat. So it highlights the importance of collaboration. So Martins, please, could you speak to the audience on the passage about the amazing power of industry, academia collaboration? Thank you.
Should I read it out?
Yeah, read it.
Thank you very much, Professor Robinson. Yeah, I'm Martin, and in front of me, or what I'm holding, is the amazing power of industry academia collaboration. This is number one, the US Apollo mission. In the heart of the 1960s, a colossal dream flickered, landing a man on the moon. But this audacious goal, the Apollo 11 mission, wouldn't be achieved by a lone nation or discipline. It demanded a symphony of minds, a collaboration between the brightest stars of industry and academia. On the other hand, the technological prowess of industry titans like Grumman Aircraft and North American Aviation thundered to life. Grumman, with their expertise in aerospace engineering, meticulously crafted the lunar module, the delicate craft that would ferry Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin to the lunar surface. North American Aviation, meanwhile, built the colossal Saturn V rocket, a behemoth capable of propelling humanity beyond Earth's grasp. Academia, the other pillar of this endeavor, provided the intellectual bedrock. Pioneering minds at MIT, under the visionary guidance of Professor Arthur Draper, developed the revolutionary Apollo Guidance Computer, which is abbreviated as AGC. This marvel of miniaturization, a million times less powerful than a modern smartphone, held the key to navigating the spacecraft with unparalleled precision. The collaboration wasn't without its discords. Engineers from Grumman crashed with NASA scientists over the design of the lunar module's landing gear. But through tireless communication and a shared purpose, they found a solution, a crushable honeycomb design that would absorb the lunar impact. Academia, too, wasn't a monolith. Researchers at Caltech, led by the brilliant John Denson, grappled with the challenge of lunar dust adhesion. Their findings on electrostatic repulsion, shared the engineers at North American Aviation, ensured the delicate docking mechanisms of the lunar module wouldn't seize up. As the launch date approached, The tension crackled like electricity. But years of collaboration had fostered a profound trust. Every rivet, every line of code bore the weight of countless sleepless nights and shared anxieties. On July 20th, 1969, the world held its breath on the colossal Saturn V roads. The world held its breath as the colossal Saturn V roared skywards. The success of this fiery ascent hinged on the intricate interplay of the industry muscle and academic brilliance. Every stage separation, every course correction was a testament to the power of their combined might. When Armstrong uttered the now immortal words, "That's one small step for a man, one giant leap for mankind," it wasn't just a single astronaut's triumph. It was a culmination of a collaborative effort, a victory for the marriage of industry and academia. The moon landing wasn't just a giant leap for humanity, it was a testament to the power of minds working together, a beacon of what collaboration can achieve. Thank you very much.
Please, could you put your hands together for you? Yeah, you had listened to that very eloquent presentation, and I'm sure you would, by now, have really excited your intellect on the importance of collaboration on one hand. So what are the takeaway points from the passage that just been read to us? What are the takeaway points? I want some contributions from the audience before we get to the second one. Can we have one or two volunteers? Well, yes, please.
Yeah, so I just wanted to add something. There's the takeaway point that the human race can achieve great things if we work together. Lots of different people from different backgrounds, and just to add in, I don't know if any of you've seen the Hidden Figures movie. The calculations that enabled Buzz Aldrin to first orbit the Earth were done by African American women who were doing all the calculations themselves, and they're a forgotten part of the space race.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You want to say something? Yeah, nice.
Yes, my takeaway is that to achieve something good, you have to endure sleepless nights. Yeah. I had that in the reading.
Hard work, right?
Hard work.
Yep, my takeaway is basically the contribution of the scientists to the electrostatic contribution to the discovery.
My takeaway is the collaboration between the staff in the industry and the academia.
Thank you so much. All wonderful contributions. The key points here that one, the passage highlights that the moon landing wasn't an individual achievement, but a culmination of teamwork between the industry and academia. And the industry's contribution is also very pertinent in this case because it details the technological prowess of companies such as Grumman and North American Aviation in crafting the model. Then the academia has to be more specific. Their role, the passage did emphasize that the intellectual foundation provided by the universities, such as MIT, where the Apollo guidance computer was developed, also played a very pivotal role. Without that, they couldn't have been able to put man on the moon. There were challenges and solutions, and it acknowledges the occasional disagreements between even the engineers and the scientists. They had their arguments. Dr. Moses was saying something when he told them he could produce graphene. Some professors told him no, that it's impossible. But he just took one who inspired his confidence by telling him, yeah, if you believe in the idea, you keep it alive. So it acknowledges the occasional disagreements between engineers and scientists, but emphasizes how open communication and a shared goal led to solutions like the crushable honeycomb landing gear. Then the importance of collaboration is also being underscored here, as he underlines that the complex mission required not just individual brilliance. It doesn't matter how brilliant you are, it's not just enough. Though it does help, but it's not everything. But the combined might of industry and academia working towards a common purpose. Then the lasting impact. The passage also did conclude by emphasizing that the moon landing as a testament of the power of collaboration and a beacon of what can be achieved when minds work together. Then overall, the overall tone is, in all, the analysis effectively portrays the Apollo 11 mission as a product of a well-coordinated effort between industry and academia, highlighting the importance of such collaboration in achieving ambitious goals. So basically, those are the takeaway points we need to learn from this passage. And no one can go the whole hog alone. It's important we work in a team, figure out the best persons that have a role to play in achieving an objective. So having said that, please, thank you so much. You can go and take your seat. Put your hands together for him.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Mine is about Bio-Silica nanoparticle research in sub-Saharan Africa. Listen to the passage carefully because they are going to ask you questions. I'm starting. Beneath the unrelenting sun of sub-Saharan Africa, a revolution of brewing not in the rockets and space of travel, but in the infinitely small realm of Bio-Silica nanoparticles. This transformative technology has the potential to address some of the region's most pressing challenges, but its development hinges a powerful alliance, the bridge between academia and industry. On one hand, the brilliance of university researchers across sub-Saharan Africa burns brightly. Professor Abena Kwame, a leading chemist at the University of Ghana, is pioneering methods of synthesized Bio-Silica nanoparticle from locally sourced plants. This not only reduces production costs, but also taps into the rich biodiversity of the region. Meanwhile, Dr. David McKenna, a material scientist at Makerere University in Uganda, is delving into a unique properties of these nanoparticles, unlocking their potential for applications in agriculture and water purification. Industry, the muscle behind nano innovation, is also stepping up in the plate. Eco-conscious companies like Baobab Oil are partnering with universities to develop Bio-Silica nanoparticles based on fertilizers. These fertilizers, unlike their chemical counterparts, could deliver nutrients directly to plant roots, reducing waste and environmental impact. Water treatment plants, recognizing the potential for Bio-Silica nanoparticles in filtration, are collaborating with the researchers at universities like Kenyatta University in Kenya to design and implement these novel technologies. The road, however, isn't without its bumps. Researchers struggle to secure funding for their projects, while companies hesitate to invest in unproven technologies. But through tireless communication and a shared vision of a healthier Africa, they are bridging the gap. University technology transfer offices are working closely with university partners, ensuring research translates into real-world applications. Workshops and conferences bring together researchers and industry leaders, fostering a space for collaboration and knowledge exchange. As the research progresses, a sense of shared purpose crackles in the air. Every successful synthesis, every breakthrough in material science is a testament in the power of this alliance. Bio-Silica nanoparticles, once a dream confined in academia journals, are inching closer to becoming a tangible solution for the people of sub-Saharan Africa. This collaboration isn't just about scientific advancement, it's about a collective effort to improve lives. When a farmer sees their crops flourish with Bio-Silica nanoparticle fertilizers, or a family enjoys clean drinking water thanks to Bio-Silica filtration, it's a victory not just academia for industry, but for the entire region. It's a beacon for hope, a testament to what can be achieved when minds come together, united by a common purpose.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, can I have that? Yeah, thank you so much. That was another passage on the wonderful prospects Bio-Silica particles development has to offer the African sub-region. I don't know, could you have some contributions from the audience on your takeaway points, what have been learned from her presentation? One or two contributions, then we move forward to the key points. Yes, please. Professor Ahmad.
Good morning. Just one sentence. Africa is a rich continent and the future in its materials. And the material sciences, I think, is going to unveil that great treasure for Africa.
Thank you so much. Another contribution, this time from a lady. Anyone from the lady? Could you just add your thoughts, please?
The passage had a lot of information, but what caught my attention most is that what we do in our laboratories as scientists is not for only us as scientists. It can be converted into products, tangible products, that can also help to improve lives of other people, like the filtration of the water so that we get clean water, the use as fertilizers. So it is really, really trying to show a link from linking research from the academic institutions to industry and then to the community. Yes.
Thank you so much. Do we have any other? Okay. To wrap it up, thank you so much. You can have your seat now. Please put your hands together for her. So the takeaway points here from the passage, it did describe the exciting potential of Bio-Silica nanoparticle research in sub-Saharan Africa. And of course, he underscores the critical roles of collaboration between the academia and the industry in its development. However, the points we need to highlight here that Bio-Silica nanoparticles does have enormous potentials. The analysis highlights this, that this technology has a promise to address pressing challenges in the region, such as improving agriculture, water purification, even in healthcare, in defense and security, and a lot more. Secondly, it requires some measure of academic brilliance, because we need that input. It's not an end in itself, but it's a means to as a means to an end. The passage showcases the research efforts of university scientists, such as Professor Kwame from University of Ghana, and Dr. McKenna, who are pioneering methods of synthesis and exploring applications. And I'm also quite excited that we are in Uganda, where some researchers, young researchers, are making spirited efforts to make remarkable contributions in this direction. The industry participation here is also being stressed. They have a crucial role to play Some of them are already stepping forward, like the baobab oil and water treatment plants, in partnering with universities for development and implementation. Of course, there are challenges. These challenges the challenges are learning curves, and with collaboration, it does help us to surmount some of those challenges. The analysis also acknowledges the hurdles of funding and the risk associated with unproven technologies. However, it highlights efforts to bridge the gap through technology transfer offices, which of course we have them in virtually all the universities. I believe you also have technology transfer office here in Mbarara, University of Science and Technology. Workshops like this to sensitize people and also inspire their confidence, especially for younger researchers, and a shared vision for a healthy Africa. Then the shared successes. The passage emphasizes that the benefits of this research extends beyond academia and industry. Successful implementation would be a victory for the entire region, improving lives and offering a beacon of hope. Then in all, the analysis is optimistic about the potential of Bio-Silica nanoparticle research and emphasizes the power of collaboration between academia and industry to turn this potential into a reality that improves lives across sub-Saharan Africa. So these are essentially the takeaway points we have from the two passages. And I want to sincerely thank the presenters, our students, participants, and I think they did a good job at it. So now that takes me to my presentation. Essentially, it underscores the importance of the topic of presentation, which is industry-academia collaboration for biosilica nanoparticles development in the African sub-region. Yeah, the preamble is this. The region aims for scientific and technological progress, but bridging the gap between academia and industry is key because we can't live our lives in silos. There must be elements of interaction and collaboration between these two sectors. And collaboration between these spheres is vital for scientific advancement and to drive innovation and also encourage economic growth. You may want to ask, why is industry-academia linkage? Why does it really matter? Because it does bridge the gap between theory and application, theory and practical. It ensures research translates into real-world solutions meeting industry needs. And it enhances innovation because it drives the pace of innovation. Combining research with industry expertise fosters groundbreaking technologies tailored to Africa, in this case. And it also does help us develop skilled workforce, a very skilled workforce. Industry involvement in research equips graduates with skills sought by their employers. What are the derivable benefits? There are benefits to draw from this collaboration, and the benefits are mutual. It's a symbiotic relationship. It's not a parasitic relationship. Industry gains insight into challenges while universities benefit from research commercialization. Because universities have a very important role to play in terms of patenting, in terms of developing ideas into products that could be sold, you know, and you could also use it to drive startups, you know, to set up, you know, small industries that grows into multinationals. You could start ideas like that can be nurtured from the university. And it does also enhance skills. Collaboration provides students with industry exposure and faculty with industry trends. It fosters innovation. It enables the pooling of resources and problem-solving focus. Yeah, the significance of this collaboration could be seen in the outlined points. Saying it again, innovation is being fostered, and it also does help to drive entrepreneurship. Real-life challenges are being addressed. Research relevance is also being enhanced. Technological or technology transfer is also being facilitated. Skills development is also being promoted. Economic growth is stimulated. Sustainable development goals are also being supported. It promotes, it enhances our drive, for research fund, to attract research funding. It helps us to build trust and partnership. And also, collaboration connects local stakeholders with international partners, thereby promoting regional partnership. Yeah, of course, there are some challenges inherent in the linkage or the collaboration between the industry and the academia. Some of such challenges are issues that borders on intellectual property protection, and of course, bridging the communication gap. But all this could very well be addressed through clear agreements and regular communication. Because if you communicate quite often, communication is very key in building relationship. The walls of suspicion eventually are being broken. To achieve the industry-academia collaboration, there are some implementable strategies that needs to be adopted. One of such is we must have to identify our common goals. Something would need to bring us together. We should have a clear focus, and that fosters dialogue between the two players to identify shared research interest, and it must be aligned with regional needs. In our case here, Africa, unfortunately enough, is the image about Africa we see often on CNN is always associated with crisis, always associated with hunger, is always associated with quite a lot of, So if those are the issues of focus that we need to address in Africa, it becomes a common goal that will foster collaboration between industry and the academia. Knowledge exchange is also very important. We must have to organize forums and workshops such as this for researchers, industry players, and policymakers, so that by the end of the day, they get to hear our side of the story, and also perhaps take home some of our recommendations or policy briefs. It's important to also promote collaborative research or joint research ventures, addressing key industry challenges. Funding and resources are also required, and there's a need to create funds and allocate resources for shared infrastructure. I keep saying Moses, his presentation yesterday, he was very passionate about the fact that we need facilities. These facilities don't just come from the sky. Fundings need to be deployed to enable us acquire them in our respective universities or in our respective research institutes. But where they are not available, we should also be able to identify institutions within the proximity or centers of excellences within our proximity where we could also share and use their resources to achieve our ultimate common goal. Then it's also important to support technology transfer, because whether we like it or not, the digital divide, there are countries that are digitally rich in terms of information, and information-rich nations and information-poor nations. This divide needs to be closed, and how do we close them? It's by transfer of technology, information sharing, and we need to establish transfer offices and also aid in patenting and licensing some of the indigenous technologies that we have been able to develop to protect them against intellectual property violations. Then internship and training are very important. Hands-on programs are also important for our students and young professionals because it does help us to upskill, to catch up with the changing trends in technology. Like using slide rule in the 60s is a skill that is not required now. The skill that is required now is that you have to be able to use the computers and modern programs and so on and so forth to carry out some of your analytical activities. So it's important for you to upskill with the changing phases in technology. And of course, we also need to promote entrepreneurship. Some universities are doing very well in this regard. I know of some universities, particularly in Nigeria, that everything they produce is within the university. They have bakeries, they have centers of excellence, they have innovation hubs, like the Covenant University. And with that, not only spur the creativity of the students, it gives them an edge, competitive edge over university, because it does enhance inventiveness. And that to a large extent has been able to attract some attention to such universities, especially when they go out for some global events and they pitch the ideas. They come back winning laurels. And the university too also makes a lot of money from it. They graduate from the university with a clear idea of the kind of an entrepreneurship skill they need to survive in a world. That they don't need to be job seekers, but they need to be job creators. I understand Harvard University is like that. They always pride themselves as one university in the world that they are not job seekers. If you're Harvard trained, you quite naturally should be able to create jobs. So they have that training particularly. So that is the kind of training we need that can support startups, provide mentorship and networking opportunities for our students. Yeah. So it's important that we also end up with a policy brief of sorts, bringing our sets of recommendations to the critical stakeholders that we believe can change the topography of industry, academia collaboration in the sub-region. The governments in the sub-region have a critical role to play. We want to see them come out, churn out policies that strongly supports the collaboration efforts by incentivizing collaboration via tax breaks and, of course, streamlined regulations. Also providing funding mechanisms by allocating sufficient funding for joint projects and innovation, and also invest in shared research facilities, making via infrastructure investments, promoting skills development, support training programs for researchers and students, making it a lot easier for researchers and students to interact with their peers, our contemporaries in other parts of the globe, with relative ease, because this interaction eventually enables them to gain experience, enable them to share knowledge, and that, to a large extent, is an add-on for them in these regards. And of course, raising awareness and promoting the collaboration is also important, because collaboration benefits can only be derived when people get to know about it, and there are also adequate funding opportunities. Yeah, for the industries, they are always there, busy turning the cogs of the industry to produce goods to meet the demands of the teeming population. But they also have a role to play here. We want to see industries invest in research. Most industries we have in the sub-region, unfortunately, they don't even have a research and development unit. They don't. They're only interested in a structured production process and pushing it to the market. Produce and push to the market. They don't think, think outside the box and say, okay, yeah, we can improve on our production process. We can be more innovative. And that component of it can only be drawn when you set up an R&D unit in industries. In the advanced countries, most of these industries have an R&D unit. We don't here. Only just a few. They don't even have a research and development policy document. So I want situations whereby, perhaps when we're rising from here, we can also help craft a generic R&D policy document for industries. All they may have to do is to tinker it to suit their specific needs. And we should also encourage government to keep breathing down their neck to ensure that each of them sets up an R&D unit. It's not just about profit making. They need to add value, especially in terms of capacity building for young and upcoming researchers and students. Then technology transfer. Partner with academia for technology transfer is also important. They should always have an a university partnership. You know, skills enhancement. They should provide internship and mentorship for students. I understand some industries do. They open their gates to students on industrial training, but I don't think that is enough. In some industries, in Europe and America, they also create opportunities for cross-posting of staff. Academic staff go to serve some time in the industry, get themselves, buried in the hands-on of it, acquire some experience and come back to the classroom. And some universities also have industry assessors, where your examination question papers are also given to them to see whether what is referred to as the Bloom taxonomy is properly being applied. Because the essence is not only to make you pass exams, it's to enable you think well as a solution provider, and to also be able to develop the power of your imagination and a lot more, not just learning by rote, writing an exams and pass. So in some part of the world, all these opportunities are available. So it's also important to encourage our industries here to open their gates for cross-staff posting or staff deployment, and also getting them more involved in the classroom. Once in a while, I want situations whereby industry experts can come and talk to the students' community, inspire their confidence, and share their experience and their knowledge with them. Then policy advocacy, yes, the collaboration. We want them to advocate for collaborative, supportive policies. There is a lot that can be achieved, for them by indigenous universities and research centers. There's a lot that can be done for them. And also, they should also encourage a long-term partnership by building trust-based relationships with the universities. Yeah. Then the universities themselves, we have extolled their virtues so much. They don't have, even though they are knowledgeable, they don't have the monopoly of knowledge. These are the universities. They have their role to play. They should drive collaborative research. They should look out for cross-border joint projects, cross-cutting research endeavors that carries a lot of stakeholders along, that can address real-world problems. They should also look out for industry engagement, involve industry in curriculum and research. Because some of the knowledge being taught in universities are never applied in the industry. I recall in my 300, 400 level in the engineering school, so much was taught about Laplace transformation, Fourier. If it were not for vibrations, I never had to use Fourier. Laplace, I never used it. So a lot of those information, in as much as they're important, it's also very critical we target the industry, because that's where ultimately some of the knowledge acquired will have to be deployed. So real-life problems and solutions could be solved by putting our curriculum and our research objective on the right pedestal. Then technology commercialization is also important. We need to have an enterprise development unit in universities. Some of those things stashed away on bookshelves as past students' project, we can transform them into commercialable products. Let me give you a typical example. The yam pounder that is now being sold to Nigerians and claimed to have been produced by Japan. The originator of that idea is a graduate, or was an undergraduate with the University of Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife. So they came out around when students were pitching ideas, and they picked it up from there. They had the right environment, developed it, brushed it up, and now they sell the products now to us in Nigeria. Incidentally, the Japanese don't eat yam, so they don't have need for the yam pounder, but we need it, you know, and one of the biggest markets. And they're smiling to the banks today because they're making a lot of money from it. So it's also important that universities set up startups, entrepreneurial development centers that encourages the translation or the transformation of some of our ideas into products that could generate money and that can also solve problems for us. Then student opportunities, they of course need industrial exposure and skills development. The university should have a firm grip of that, ensuring that every student passing through, particularly engineering students, would have a need, a good measure of industrial exposure. And in capacity building, invest in faculty development and infrastructure. When I mean faculty development, not all universities, incidentally, spend so much money developing capacity of their staff. It's very important because you cannot give what you don't have. If the staff are adequately equipped with knowledge and, of course, practical experience, there is no limit to how far they can deliver. Then, of course, the non-governmental organization, I call them the third sector organization, they can always come in between to facilitate the meetings of industry and the academia. Because I say the NGOs know where the problems are. When there's a problem of unemployment, there are usually social conflicts associated with it. When you have too many young men out there unemployed, there's a level of agitation that goes on in the society. And if it's not properly managed, you see the crime wave will spike because they are jobless. And it becomes a social problem. The best persons to address such social problems are the third sector organization. And because they have identified it in the field, it's important for them to encourage, to bring both the academia and the industry together. So their role as intermediary, it's a role that has to be played to foster partnership. Then capacity development, some too also could help with training, some forms of empowerment training. Skills acquisition, get an expert from the industry, get from the academia. Please, we have too many unemployed young men. How can you upskill them to fit into the economy properly, to have a place in the economy? They influence policy a lot. You know, they are very vocal. Third sector organizations are very vocal. Even when the governments decide not to hear, they can drum some of this noise into their ears and awaken them from their slumber. So they have a very critical role to play. And of course, in knowledge sharing too, they play a very important role in facilitating networking and also in knowledge exchange. And you know, they're also very good at monitoring and evaluation of every project they embark on, they follow through to ensure that the objective of those projects are achieved by the end of the day. Yep. So, wrapping it up, implementing these policies can foster the desired collaboration we seek, and it can also drive innovation and provide a major boost for sustainable biosilica nanoparticles research development in the sub-region. Collaboration indeed unites minds together for a common purpose to achieve amazing things. And it's important to remind ourselves that we can't go the whole hog alone. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. The other time we have Mickey Mouse. This is who?
Donald Duck.
Donald Duck. Okay. Yes. Thank you so much, Prof. Any questions for Professor? Yes. Steve, wherever you are. Yes, there's also one at the back. You can use this one.
Thank you very much, Prof. Robinson, for the insightful presentations. I have two questions. I would like to understand the model and the modalities in Nigeria, context about them. Now, time availability of industry partners and policymakers is a very critical matter. Sometimes when you approach them, either they give you 5 to 15 minutes, or even they are unavailable. One example with us, in a project we did with Germany, when we want to engage the German partners who manufacture the production lines, the CEO or the manager told us, come to me 1st of March 2024, and we made the communication to him in February 2022. After 2 years, he said, I'm busy, I cannot help you now. But when you come, I have 3 questions for you. Do you have your plan? You have fund? And is your idea workable? So how do you approach that, and what is your advice for that? Second one is about spinning off startup funds. Is it available in Nigeria, for example, to register the company, to engage the community, and to acquire the raw materials required for the prototypes to be acquired and the plan to start? Because many of those youngsters, when they think, you find finance is the main impact hindering them of starting. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Professor. Okay. Yes, please.
Yes, good morning. Yeah. Thank you, Prof, for that presentation. First, I just wanted to highlight out some of the challenges we have in those collaborations, because I've faced those challenges myself. Just to give a hint, one time I was very fresh from India with all my ideas of battery and everything. So I went to Uganda Batteries, told them we can collaborate, and we assemble rechargeable batteries. That is lithium and sodium for these solar systems. They told me, I think we are going to get experts from China to work with so that we can have our own product. So they did not listen to me. They never even looked at all the ideas I had. Then recently wanted to produce flexible solar plates. Instead of those roofing tiles, wanted to have the roofing plates for solar. There is one gentleman who is making roofing tiles out of plastic and some composite. We told him we can, on top of that, we can embed a solar thin film. Then we make those roofs to be like a full plate. He said, I'm going to give you, maybe next week I'll give you like an hour. We waited until he switched off his phones. So now the question comes in, how best can we take on this? Because you find that even within the country, they will get an expert from abroad to be employed somewhere in an industry, maybe for a month or 2. When you have the same knowledge, or sometimes even better, than the person that brought from abroad. So how best can we do that? Because we are tired of producing things, then we leave them into the labs. Otherwise, we have so many innovations within our labs. Because we cannot commercialize them. We don't have that capacity to do the production. We are not like the Silver Valley kind of. So how best can we do that? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Moses. That was awesome. Let me start with Dr. Moses. The challenge, so to speak, the industrial sector in the sub-region, one of the major challenges it faces in the sub-region is, one, impatience. A good number of them have a fixed mindset. They believe in products they can deliver immediately to the market. And because of the urgency involved in profit making, a good number of them don't have the patience to say, let's try out an idea. Then secondly, they oftentimes tend to underestimate the capacity that we have locally here in preference for the expertise that may have to be imported into the country. So that challenge is also there. And I think it boils down to the fact that most of the industries we have, they have not developed to a level. I can imagine the kind of industry you're talking about. It must be a sole proprietorship of sort. Somebody who believes that, okay, he gets a contract, I need to supply within a given timeline. So asking such a person to step backwards and give you some time to try out an idea, they usually get very impatient about it because they have a lot of competitors in the market. But notwithstanding, I think it's high time for researchers and the third sector organizations. I was discussing with Anne and Professor Anne and Professor Ahmad yesterday that it's high time we begin to think of how to form consortiums or bodies that can help us try out our ideas. And the consortiums that, in a manner that government does not have an overwhelming influence. What government may have to do is to provide an enabling ground for it to prosper, to thrive, but they don't interfere with activities of the consortiums. Where you try out new products, and of course, the consortiums may also be able to find out venture partners that, yeah, if a product can be commercialized, the venture partners now put in their money because it's a process. Developing a product is a process. And they know at the end of it, or when these products are being developed, there is a lot of money to be made, a lot of jobs to be created and all that. It's important researchers now begin to think outside the box, not to wait for individuals who believe that he needs to make money because he's in competition. If he doesn't do it at that time, somebody else does it. That, look, we have the capacity here. Was it Obama that was saying it sometime when he was president, extolling the virtues of Nigerian medical doctors in the US? Particularly Nigerian, that well over 25,000 Nigerian medical doctors are in the US, providing the needed health services, delivering the needed health services. A good number of the doctors are leaving, the best minds are leaving, because they want to find themselves in an ecosystem that is supportive, that can encourage growth. But of course, we are not leaving. We have to stay behind here, think of what to do to build the right environment, to grow our region one step at a time, blow to blow, until we make it a lot better than we made it. So I will encourage Dr. Moses. I know how enthusiastic you are. Don't let the spirit die. But these are some of the points we are living here with, and we do hope that eventually, instead of, yes, please. Oh, great. Instead of Royal Academy, oftentimes giving us monies to organize workshops, we want Royal Academies and their likes to mobilize regional organizations and bodies to set up something like consortiums that will be doing some of these jobs on their behalf. Another, well, perhaps professional engineering organizations, government agencies may have some advisory role to play, especially in trying to grow startups, because all fall within an ambit of regulations and legislations within the country. So all that will have to be looked at so that we try to change the entire terrain to make it more suitable for innovation to thrive. Yes, please, Professor.
Sorry, I just wanted to add something a little bit more personal in that Professor Robinson's talking about strategic level collaboration, and that's very important. In the meantime, because it takes a while to get collaboration going, the way to, well, I've worked with industry, and you have to be a great deal more subtle about it than cold calling. Make mates in industry, yeah? Put PhD students in companies and then phone them up and ask them how they're doing and would they be interested in something else. So in the short term, if you can track down industry folks who you might be interested in working with at conferences and various meetings in the bar afterwards, over coffee, you know, just be friendly. Don't push it to begin with. Exchange business cards. Start at people at your level. CEOs need to talk to chancellors of universities. So if you want to talk to the CEO, go and talk to your chancellor and get him to talk to the CEO, and then maybe there will be, that loop will be closed. But in the short term, start investing in your PhD students, call them up when they're working in different companies. You know, I'm lucky, I'm elderly. I've got PhD students who over time have become fairly senior in companies, and they, you know, so that there's a bit of the old mates network there. So, yeah, there's absolutely we need to have collaboration between industry and governments and universities, and we need to have all our senior people working on it. But for you as early career researchers, it's hard. Think about it. If people call you up and want to sell you a new door for your house, yeah? What will you do? Go away. If I want a new door, I will buy one when I'm ready, yeah? So it's the same idea, that's how they're responding. So you've got to think about subtle ways of worming your way into their good books. Sorry.
Thank you so much. So that was it. We need a lot of soft power, not a hard push. We need soft power, and it's important. Yeah, thank you so much, Professor Ann, for shedding some more light. That was awesome. Yeah, Professor Ahmad, you did ask whether there was time available in Nigeria. You want to have a feel of the Nigerian scenario. Of course, for industrial and policy makers. Yeah, Nigerian politicians are desperate politicians. So they hardly would have your time if you don't deliver the votes for them. And like you had said earlier, we need some soft power. I was privileged to have trained a student who almost became my governor. He passed through me. And you could imagine the enormous influence perhaps I would have had on him because I kept my alumni network intact. Oftentimes students that pass through me, I find a way to keep tabs with them because you never know in 5-10 years what they grow up to become. Some may become global leaders, and it's important. So, and I was imagining if he was governor today, I could always walk to the government house and talk to him on a one-to-one level. These are the kind of things we need. You need to score some points, and the points you need to score politically revolves around policy making. So we could help you churn out the right policies, and he would take me serious because he had always had me in confidence. He passed through me. You know, I nurtured him. So, Dr. Moses, more specifically, keep tabs with your students. You never know. Perhaps they can become the African Development Bank president tomorrow. And that's a big one, you see. So, soft power is very important here. We need to know how to lobby. We need to know how to negotiate. So, Nigerian politicians, basically, if you don't have the votes to deliver, you know, election in Nigeria can be damn too expensive. And you don't have the money to support them in the electoral bid, or perhaps for the corrupt one, you don't know how to help them hide their money. They may not be patient with you. But nonetheless, there is a way you appeal to their self-interest. When you are meeting people in policy, don't make it look like you want to change things from the outside. Let them have the credit of changing it from the inside. So by the time you appeal to their self-interest, that you are a senator, for instance, why don't you push a bill like this? It adds to your political credential. You don't need to worry about the paperwork, I'll craft it for you. But invariably, it's like a great gift. In trying to achieve an objective, you also achieve in yours. You get the point I'm making? It's like a gift, a package inside a package. He is happy about it that his name will be written on the annals of political history. He moved these policies. But he does not also know that your contribution is to open up an ecosystem for it to thrive. A landscape for it to thrive. Let me give you a typical instance. I met a Nigerian who set out as a young man to Italy. His first interaction with engineering was in Italy. He started as a machinist and spent over 40 years in the UK now, but he's back home. And he's married to an Italian. He said, we worry about corruption in Nigeria, but unfortunately, the corruption profile in Nigeria isn't as bad as it is in Italy. He was speaking as somebody who had lived in there. But at some point, the industrialists, the entrepreneurs, the researchers came together and said, no, since the system, the political system is so corrupt, not much can be achieved in terms of development. What we need to do is to lobby the politicians to make legislations, to create an enabling environment for them, to be able to invest in the country, come with new ideas, build the industrial sector. And the politicians accepted, because they felt they were also trying to score a political point, that they want to grow the GDP of their country, and the only way is to attract investors into the country. So they did. And unknown to them, that in about 15, 20 years, the sector blossomed. They were making a lot of money for their country. And now, it became very, very important for every politician to win election to take a photo shot with a successful industrialist. And why is it so? It is because most of the industrialists went there with international best practices. They went there, they invested in that country, corporate social responsibilities. Industries were building roads, they were providing social amenities, health services to the community. So most communities knew the industries first, because the governments wouldn't do this for them. But with the spirit of the corporate social responsibility, they were doing this for them, giving scholarships, sometimes even giving jobs to locals, and so on and so forth. So they had more hope in corporate Italy than in the politics, the politicians. So the politicians realized it, that the heart of the people is no more with them. They are with the industrialists. So if you want to win an election, go and take a photo shot with a very influential CEO and say he's his friend. You look better at the polls in the next round of general elections than it will. So these are some of the things that happen. And I think a lot of it has to do with human psychology. We should understand the hubris and the psychology that goes with people in power. Because oftentimes when they get into power, it overtakes them. I don't know, perhaps too many praise singers, I don't know, because of the resources they have. So it becomes sometimes very difficult to manage them. But you should first, if you approach them from their self-interest. You know, whatever thing you intend to achieve, it has to be embedded from the way you approach them. So we do that a lot in Nigeria, or else they're usually very busy people. Very busy people. You know. Then secondly, you are talking about spin-offs for startup funds. It's a lot easy. One of the easiest things to do is to register for companies in Nigeria. But there are also laws governing them. The laws are that, you know, like I told you about solid minerals. Even the state governments don't have rights over solid minerals under the government house. The federal government has possession of it. In as much as the federal government does not have the right or the powers over the land, but the solid mineral is theirs. Or even the oil and resource endowments is the federal government. So they issue the licenses, and there are criteria you need to meet to get into the sector. The local communities cannot give you the right to exploit. They can't, because it's not within their ambit of control. You know, but then of course there are some illegal practices going on, but then they are illegal, and of course they can be prosecuted when they get into the wrong side of the law. So having said that, the market is there. Some of the industries are opening up, and it's also important to identify with the third sector organizations. Because the third sector organizations, they know how to use the carrot and the stick. Sometimes they lobby, and sometimes they discredit. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, this marks the end of this session, and when we come back, Mr. Vincent has a burning question, and we'll start with that, and then we'll have Professor Kato present to us. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the time we're going for eating competition. Swallow your tea as fast as you can. The Deputy Vice Chancellor is joining us immediately after the break. Bon appetit. Let's go for the break. Thank you.
Shake, 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 shake.
Class, clap for baby class. Thank you so much. As Steve waits the microphone, Vincent had a question for Professor, and then as he's asking, I'll ask Bright to organize Professor Katoi's presentation. Mr. Vice Chancellor, while you were aware we gave these people names, she's called Professor Apio Ann. Apio, she's a twin from the north. And then we have Waiswa from the east. He's the twin who comes first, Waiswa. Mpegano musoga mwene. Omwidi baba. And then we have Kato, the baby twin from Buganda, Ankole, and East. Welcome, our dear twins. And they give everything in double. Deal? Okay, let's have a question from Vincent, and Professor, you can respond to that.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Vincent from the electrical section, and I have passion for engineering education. So I want to take this opportunity to thank Professor Waiswa for the wonderful presentation. It was really interesting, and mine is just a simple supplement regarding bridging the gap between academia and industry, which is a challenge to us. It is quite unfortunate that we produce for industry, but sometimes industry does not trust us. So we need to find a way of bridging the gap. And we need to start small, like Professor Apio said, that you need to be soft somehow on the approach, how you approach the industry. So one of the key things that we need to do is to start with our graduate students that we put out there to industry. This is a very good opportunity for us to have ambassadors because they are employed in industry and they can be our links to industry. Actually, in one of my classes, I have guest lectures where I invite some of the past graduates to come and give lectures. And it is quite interesting. So that is one of them, and they can take us there to industry. Another thing is to have MOUs with industry, because once you have MOUs, sometimes they have to abide by some of these MOUs. And it is quite interesting that we have some. And for example, some of our graduates have benefited from this in terms of internships and also employment. Like in SNOC, we have ambassadors, most of them from petroleum engineering and electrical engineering, and they are doing quite a great job there. So that is another thing. And lastly, we can have exchange programs. I attended a presentation by some German professor, and he was telling us how in German, for you to be able to teach, to be accepted to teach at the university, you must have gone to industry and gained some experience. So for us here in developing countries, one of the challenges is that when we graduate students, sometimes we pick the best students and retain them at the university to teach. They don't have any industry knowledge, no industry experience. We offer them master's program, PhD. They have never gone to industry, and they are here teaching. And remember, when we develop our curriculum, sometimes we don't consult industry. So that's why sometimes industry say, we don't trust what you teach at the university, because we never involve them. So I think one of the interesting idea is to, when we develop curriculum, to involve industry, also to give an input. And during implementation, we also involve them. We can invite some of them to come and give lectures, and also take our staff to industry to gain experience. We can have exchange program. We take our staff there, and we bring industry to class. I think this is quite interesting. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Waiswa, for your presentation. It was really very informative. Mine is not a question, it's just a suggestion. I really think we need to preach this gospel about the benefits and the advantages of the collaboration between academia and the industries to the owners of the industries. Like they should also appreciate that it is also to their own benefit to establish that collaboration between academia and them. Because what brings a challenge in most cases is that for them they think we are at their mercy. Like they believe we need them They don't believe that sometimes they also need us. So we need to also preach that gospel to tell them or to show them the advantages and the good things in collaborating and working together. So I think when it sinks into their heads, like they buy the ideas, sometimes you find that they may change the attitude and they are more receptive to us. That's what I also think. We need to find a way of also trying to talk to them about the benefits of collaborating with academia.
Can I respond now? Can I? Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for the wonderful last two contributions. I think you actually hit the nail on the head. You said it takes two to tango, isn't it? They need us as much as we do need them. But then someone has to initiate the relationship. The way it is, we are both living as islands. Someone needs to initiate it. Let me give you a story. The Nigerian engineering community, for a while, had prided themselves as professionals. Government needs them. And they found out that over time, successive governments were dealing more with the lawyers, Association of Lawyers, journalists, and bankers, for obvious reasons. Because the journalists show up their image, their political image. So they need them. They need people who projects them in good light to the public, because ultimately they need their votes. Then secondly, the bankers keep their money. And the lawyers, of course, stand up when they are involved in a litigation struggle. They rise up in their defense. So they need them. And they got along very well with them. They got along very well with them. And the engineering community was there saying, no, we are professionals, very knowledgeable, government needs us or nothing works in this country. But it took one president of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, who of course is an avid traveler, he has toured around the world, extremely intelligent man, Chief Otis Anyeji. He said, no, it can't be business as usual. We don't know how the politicians are thinking until we interact with them. So he is going to initiate the relationship. So he started a project. They call it the Engineer and the Legislature Pally. So this Pally, the engineering community organizes something like a buffet, invites politicians to sit on the table and interact with them. They say very exciting things about them because politicians like that a lot. And they got involved over time. And no distant future after that, no distant time after that. For every bill that had to go through the National Assembly, the Pally, the caucus in the National Assembly that had a relationship now established with the engineering community insists the engineering community must also make their valid contributions to the development of those bills, which of course eventually are passed into laws. And these are the things that shape the way engineering is being practiced in Nigeria lately. So what I would like to suggest for the academia, yes, the industry are busy making their money, churning out their products, and they're happy about it, and feeling very busy about it too, thinking about growth. There's still nothing wrong with the universities coming together to engage them in a Pally. Invite them, you have a relationship, periodic relationship, you review policies, because if the universities are not adequately equipped, if the universities are underperforming, you're obviously going to churn out the wrong manpower for them. And if the wrong manpower eventually be churned out, of course, the economy certainly will not grow because you can't give what you don't have. So the Pally, they need it. and also gives you an opportunity to build a relationship with them. That is one. And secondly, universities too can insist on having engineering CEO attend their convocations, give a speech in their convocation. CEOs of industries give a speech, encourage them to make endowments in terms of prizes and chairs, professorial chairs, in their name. Like I told you, the way to get them is to appeal to their self-interest. They need to see you to be of value. In any relationship, like, it has to be mutual, for crying out loud. If I don't find the relationship functional and useful, I don't keep it. So you need to get them in to make this kind of commitments in a manner that suits their ego. So make endowments. We have prize for the best graduating engineering or science students. This man's prize, every year he gives them, and you insist that he comes around to present the prizes. Very influential in the industrial magnates or industrial captains. And the science exhibition, let them come and see the pace of innovation, how well the students are thinking, the kind of products they are coming out, how you can bring them to scale. And not only industrial partners, also look out for venture partners, venture capitalists, because they can also invest in some of these ideas and transform them into products and grow startups out of them. So it's also important to look out for them, because you need them. Their growth is your growth, because by the time the relationship is taut, you see that they are being tied to your apron string. As they grow with you. Then the other one, of course, staff exchange is important. In my university, we have industrial-based assessors. When we set questions for exams, we get somebody from the industry to look at it. And we just can't get an industrial assessor without writing to the head of the organization that we need a very competent engineer to also take a look at the standards, examination standards, the ratings of our students, and let them get involved. Of course, MOUs are very important, because your word is my bond. When they enter an MOU with you, the MOU should be such that it is beneficial to both stakeholders, both the universities and, of course, the industries. Then the students' internship was also wonderful. Keep encouraging students, because your students are your ambassadors. When they get there, let them try to make an impact. You should be able to make some positive impact. When you do, and eventually they serve out their term, they open up floodgates of opportunities for other graduates from that same university. So by so doing, I think we don't have to live in silos, sit in the comfort of our places and think something would happen if we don't initiate it. It's like a relationship between two organizations. So I'm also delighted that the university management is also very well represented here. These are some of the takeaways they need to eventually have to consider to begin to build a robust relationship with the industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Waiswa. Amidst us is the Dean, Faculty of Applied Sciences, has also joined us. At this moment, I'll request that we take on the presentation from Namibia/Uganda, Professor Kato Yusuf. The floor is yours. A round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon. I will share with you some of the slides for a postgraduate training on supervision of postgraduates, specifically for PhD students. But I'm going to scale it down to the master's and undergraduate as we go through the slides. Research educations varies among systems, countries, disciplines, and timing. We have full-time students, part-time students, coursework versus research by thesis, even distance students. There is no gold standards in the process that of graduate supervision which can be applied to all situations. So across all disciplines, for example, the supervision to be effective, it must be evolving process that concentrate on meeting the different needs of different students for different programs, for administrative and structures. The central question, irrespective of the program format, remains what is the student becoming through the research education experience. We focus on the final product of that journey. Both breadth and depth of knowledge are important. Now, more than acquiring the knowledge base of a specific disciplines, also skills that enable the students to think and act beyond the knowledge boundaries of the disciplines is very important to be tackled during the supervision journey. Personal effectiveness, communication skills, networking, and teamworking. They are both very important for the students' learning journey. Africa needs strong research universities. Knowledge transfer, production, reproduction, and dissemination. Universities remain only producers of self-renewing knowledge, producing capacity. Production of research-based PhDs as a proxy of national knowledge contribution. Universities better at indirect, long-term knowledge capacity building than direct, short-term knowledge application. Vibrant knowledge production landscape only occur successfully in countries which they have stable PhD producing university sector. This map showing us the share of population with completed tertiary education in 2010. So if I indicate to, I think Namibia and Uganda are in the same color percentage, which indicating from 0 to 4%. But as I said, this is 14 years ago. In UK, the scenario is different. We have UK represent actually more around 16 to 20% at that time. Now, government expenditures on tertiary educations as a percentage, in Namibia, we have around between 2 to 2.5%. Uganda, we have less than 0.5%. In UK, we have like, I would say 1.5 to 2%. The same for, I think, for Nigeria. We also share, I think, the same share, around 1 to 1.5% in terms of expenditure. No, this is for expenditures on tertiary education. Yes. Now, if I go to the Namibian context to share it with you, from 1970 to 2050, as population is expected to grow up to 3 million. By the way, I shared with my colleagues in November last year, according to the latest consensus for the population in Namibia, we celebrated scoring 3.58,000 population. Over a land of 852,000 square meters. So the population, the density of the population in Namibia is the second last in the world. The last one, I think it's Mongolia, then Namibia. So the population, we don't have the numbers, and definitely we cannot compare ourselves with with like 20 millions or 40 millions above nations. So the number, as you see, it's expected to increase effectively as the time now in 2020, you see around 2.5 millions that have completed their secondary education. The University of Namibia, I learned from the Vice Chancellor on that Mbarara was established 1989. UNAM, University of Namibia, was established 1992. So we are a very young university. 2 years ago, we celebrated our 30. And this information of 2020, for example, if I talk about the master's and doctoral students, since the establishment, we have 859 female with master degree, 512 male with MSc. So in doctoral students, since establishment, we have 124 PhD female scientists, and we have 71. And that's what the point I was making. Our Vice Chancellor always advised our education expert, please think about male education. It might be a rising crisis in the future. In total, we have 22,503, according to 2020 statistics. So let's come back to the supervision model. I will share also some interesting information with you at the end of the presentation. So we have 6 models of supervisions. We have either individual students or we have students in teams. So sometimes one student allocated one supervisor, sometimes 2 supervisors, and sometimes a supervisory team. Like according to our current postgraduates recent policy, now master by coursework, only 1 supervisor for master students. But master by thesis, they might have 1 co-supervisor beside the main supervisor. For PhD, it's encouraged to have minimum 2 supervisors, 1 from external university, demonstrating research excellence in the area of expertise, where the students to go through the training program. So with these 6 models, as you see, as the number of students increasing, we are going to have kind of lower supervision load. As this also, the synergy of expertise is also increasing in a way that when you have more students, you have more expertise to contribute to the topic and to the research questions of the research of the proposal. These are the 3 approaches. We have traditional, we have the group, and we have the team. Each of them, it has its own characteristics. For example, in the traditional classical way of supervision, it's individual, you have the private space, lack of accountability, transmissive approach to education, there is power issues, Atlas complex, it's paternalistic dependence. Critical mediator and mentor, there is symbiotic relationship in that, and cooperative relationship, it's strong when in this traditional supervision. Now, when you have a group, it's less isolated, there are more opportunities for interactions, develop research identity, it's more, increase the sense of community, enculturations, network, infuse multi and interdisciplinary notions of responsiveness to the knowledge production in community. When we have teams, you have more here kind of different roles, so the distributions of tasks shared responsibly, expert who help improve quality of research. Definitely they will be doing that part and what is expected from them, especially in the PhD program, where the co-supervisors or the main supervisors are expert in the field to take the student through these challenges during the journey. A different but comparable set of skills will be provided in this model. More holistic approach in the team. We find here more kind of problem solving approach with different opinion, different views, so the students can have more than one opinion to work on their methodologies or research findings. Less personal issues are in this model. It's more flexible. There is no kind of power relation here. It's, you see it neutral. Now, tips for students when to choose supervisors. Choose supervisor and clarify expectations. Establish and maintain interpersonal student-supervisors relationship. Establish and maintain peer relationship. Make use of consultation, contact, communication opportunities. Self-management and pacing of research process. Using time wisely is very crucial during this journey. Continuously engaging in studies, okay, and involved in scholarly growth, that to be maintained. Explore appropriate options regarding the methodology. Adhere to ethics, legal and financial requirements. Adhere to evaluation, examination, and follow-up requirements, and publish from the studies. And this very important, I'm going to talk about kind of criteria, how do you, and I will be posing one question to the audience to hear and from you. Now, tips for supervisors, the graduate, PhD graduates, now to start your journey with supervising. Familiar yourself with current broad state of scholarship in a particular field. Select students and provide guidance toward a research topic and proposal. Provide guidance toward option of the research methodology to be selected. Provide or facilitate availability of infrastructure, either at your university or at collaborating universities or consortium or network. Provide exposure to peers and other researchers. Make yourself available for consultation and discussion. Avail also yourself as discussing partner. Give constructive feedback. Be a good criticizer for the work. Don't interfere with personal matters. Standard setter. Be very kind formative assessor. Be the manager of the process, take lead, provide psychological, social support within professional limits when needed, and co-editor and co-publish with your students. Now, for students again, what are the quality of good supervisor at postgraduate level? Intellectually stimulating character, high level of expertise and competence, availability. Is that supervisor available or not? Personally approachable, interested in student research topic. I'm not giving just the research topic as just a research. I have passion on my research area. So you find some supervisor extremely passionate about their work. They are also not too directive, but set deadlines to structure the process. Returns draft promptly. They give timeline and they adhere to this timeline. They encourage conference attendance and publications. When you see your supervisor is pushing you to attend conferences, making available fund for that, pushing you how far we are in the research articles. You did give me draft 1, I gave you feedback, where's draft 2? So that follow-up is very important in the character of the good supervisor. Politically powerful within academic community, not within politics. Constructively critical, resources available, and humility. Now, supervisor's role and responsibility. A possible role could be as academic advisor, to guide, as a friend, mentor, as a coach, consultant, assessors, carer, and also others. Possible functions including to select and recruit students, direct proposals, check on registration, assist students with funding opportunities, recruit external examiners, and others. Schedule meetings, do research training, provide the students with research training, especially if the research including lab work, including specific training on certain equipment, take the students, make the proper connection with the network, so make the things easier to the student. Check for sound theoretical and methodological grounding, co-determine the scope of the study, provide writing guidance when it's needed, especially at undergraduate level, provide infrastructure, study space when it's needed, especially for co-hosting and also for sandwich programs, where the students to spend 6 months in the other country or 3 months according to the need of the training. Now, students' responsibilities, clarification of expectation, establish and maintain productivity study, student supervision relationship, make use of consultation, contacts, communication, guidance opportunities when they are available, and also do self-assessment on pacing of the research process. Time management is very critical and essential during the process. Continuous engagement, okay. Find and explore literature and methodological option, as again adhering to ethics and financial requirements, legal, it's very important for the student to observe that. Now, supervising students during COVID, and sometimes we have some program offered on distance. Supervising from distance is really not an easy fixed solution to serve large number of postgraduate students, especially in some faculties when the supervisor is supervising at the same time more than 15 students or 20 students. That's really not an easy task. Scholars agree that supervising from distance poses unique, if not more, challenges to both students and supervisors, and requires well-planned and executed pedagogical approaches supported by the appropriate and adequate technologies that are accessible for both students and supervisors. Now, supervisors, we have classical supervisors till now in my university. If you send them the proposal by email, you need to take it printed, so they write their comments and you need to come back and get the comments on that. So supervisors need to be aware of the alternative approach to the supervisions and evolve with the evolution of the technologies that can be really of benefit for the supervision process. Now, one final question, and as a result of the supervision process itself, is a transformation process for the postgraduate students to be from starting as a junior to be as receiver of information, to transform him or her to a giver, critical thinker, solution-driven thinking that to also transform from junior research to someone who is independent. I'm not going to say senior research or extremely good, but definitely that capacity building to be ensured when you find yourself, you are able to maneuver the publications landscape and to be able to criticize other scholarly work and provide critical feedback to your other students. Once you reach that level, you find yourself the growth. I am going in the right direction. Otherwise, if you don't find these characteristics during the process, you need to review and ask yourself, what went wrong during that process? Why? Because sometimes the feedback, interaction with the supervisors, and I will share some information with you during my own, like when I was postgraduate student, the supervisors, I did my postgraduate training in China. So Chinese professors, seldom to see them in offices. They are always busy. Where? With industry. They are going to bring money to the laboratory. They are bringing industrial interest to the lab, so they get new equipment, they get more funding for their students, more opportunities. So it was very hard to see my supervisors like face to face. So at that time, even we were not given our like cell phone number for the supervisor. It was only email. So the limited number of face to face was really kind of, for me, it was a kind of a negative aspect. But when I know that my supervisor is in office, I make sure and knock on the door. I have this, produced this, and I need your idea and opinion over this. Demand that, because it's your right to ask the supervisor about that, okay? And yeah, so that's all from my side. I just want to share with you something also. This year, we celebrated 4,396 graduates at the university in Namibia in April and May this year. So that number, you can say from the current students' number at the University of Namibia, we have, I can show you on the other presentation. I'm done with this. I just want to show you the example so we learn from each other's. I want to show you this before I go to this one. So this is the map of Namibia. We have, okay. Maybe I need some technical help. It's, this file is a PDF, not PowerPoint. Maybe, yeah. So we have 10 campuses over the country, and we have 4 regional centers. In Namibia, there are 3 universities only. University of Namibia, Namibia University of Science and Technology. Yeah, this is the map of Namibia. We have 10 campuses and 4 regional centers. Total number of students population of 34,000. So around 34,000, if you see the 4,396, we are talking about percentage of 15% to 18% graduates. And we have maintained this above 4,000. This is the 3rd consecutive year. We started 2022, 2023, and now 2024. Just to share with you also one very interesting, since the establishment of the university, these slides. So the graduate really is increasing, showing the potential of the higher education in the country. As I said, in 2022, it was an exceptional year, 4,500 students. And last year, it was also above 4,000, and this year, 4,300. So since the start of UNAM, from 1992 to 2022, we have 4,500 and 2 students from the year of 2022 graduated of a total 29,000. So we are talking, as I said, around 15%. In terms of staff numbers, since we started at the university, 1992, there were only 64 academic staff members. 2022, we have 1,651 academics. So in terms of PhD holders and professionals, we moved from 32 in 1992 of 12 female and 20 male to, I think it's around, if I sum them up, around 300 something, to 119 female with PhD and 186 male with PhD as a staff complement. In terms of publication, the number I really cannot compare 1992 within 30 years. That number increased, I think, more than 30 folds. From 7 publications only in Scopus Index journals to 252. And last year, we achieved 353. So this year, the university having a target of 500. And this all to help the university to climb on the ranking. By the way, UNAM was ranked, according to THE, Times Higher Education, number 16 in Africa in 2023. And on the world, in 2023, we were ranked at 742. In 2024, the ranking process is evolving, and PhD graduate is a core to that, and production of accredited publication in index journals. This year, we were ranked 1,200 and something. So we lag behind. If we don't meet the evolution process of ranking and the science, how it's evolving, and the core to that is production of new knowledge through postgraduate supervision. Thank you very much. Any comments, questions are welcome. Okay, let me give. Okay.
Thank you so much, Professor, for this good presentation and sharing some tips. I have one, it's not a serious question, but I would say, why is it a requirement for your PhD supervisors to have one from an external university? It is very possible, even as we have it, but when it is needed, but it's not a requirement that strictly one of the supervisors should come from an external university. I really don't know why. I don't find it very important to be a strict requirement. Then maybe what, when you shared your experience with your Chinese supervisors, I remembered my experience with the German supervisor, whom I had to book an appointment to see him. And when you ask for an appointment this week, he'll tell you next week I'm full, and the other week we meet the other week. But as a student, what I can tell the postgraduate students, is that you should know what exactly you want. You should be very committed. And with all that, the supervisor cannot or may not frustrate you. If you are positive, just have a positive attitude. I used to be very positive. I appreciate he's very busy. So I prepare a lot of things to tell him when I meet him. And the research was very successful. So once a student is very committed, has a positive attitude, will not find issues with the supervision. I believe so.
Thank you for sharing this positive experience. I think, Prof?
Yes, well, thank you. That's a very wise presentation, and I think, yeah, all credit to you for persisting with that supervisor. Yes, you do have to learn to manage your supervisor. Some of them are shocking in how much time they give their students. I suppose my comment would be, the learning is try and ask other students when you apply to that supervisor how often they see their supervisor, and maybe think twice. If they tell you, oh yes, it's once a month if you're lucky, that's probably a warning sign, isn't it? But, or, yeah, be annoying. Anyway, sorry, my comment or question for you was the benefits of having a full professor as your supervisor versus having a lecturer. I think there are some benefits to having a lecturer, and I wondered what you thought about that.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, experience to be shared, like Dr. Florence gave us? Yes. I think after Dr. Ronald, I will answer the questions and why UNAM is going in that direction. Yes.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, yeah.
Actually, like Dr. Florence shared, to the graduate students, I always tell them always to benchmark with the best. Because when we are starting our PhDs, where's Dr. Vian? Yes, he's there. Yes. I think we are at the same pace. And when we are starting, there was this talk around Makerere that no one would do a PhD below 5 years.
Okay.
Yes, and at that time, there was a colleague of ours, he's now at Guru University, is Dr. Menya Emmanuel. Okay. He had managed to do it in 3 years.
Okay.
So for us, we set out, I don't know what was in Vianney's head, but we set out that we have to do it in 2 years. Excellent. And we did it. So we did our PhDs in 2 years, and I think it's
2 years.
2 years, and it's a record time.
Congratulations. That's exceptional.
And in those 2 years, it's not that we compromised on some of the deliverables, because I thought I'd published a lot. I'd published 5 papers in 2 years.
Excellent.
Then when I looked at Dr. Vianney's work, for him, I had published 9.
Wow.
And so I think it's always good to benchmark with the best. No one should tell you that you can't do this. I mean, you can't finish your master's within 2 years at Makerere. Why not? If I did a PhD in 2 years.
Yes.
Yes, so I think it's good to benchmark with the best and appreciate that these things are achievable. And we did those PhDs in COVID-19, because I think we finished in 2022. Yes, and graduated in January 2023.
Very good.
So 2 years is good enough. Not so? Yep.
Prof, can I just answer those questions, then I come to you before I forget them. So in the university, since we are not publishing that much, our ratio now, if you see the number of publications and the number of staff at the University of Namibia, we have 1 staff member to 3 publications, the ratio. I think at Makerere you have higher than 6 or 7 as per staff, the ratio. That ratio is very important. And at UNAM now, for master's student, if a lecturer have only master degree, is not allowed to be in supervision of PhDs. Yeah, so only, even for master, he or she can be as a co-supervisor when it's allowed, but the main supervisor should be with PhD degree. Yeah, so the invitation for the PhD supervision to be extended to external universities from the region to encourage first internationalization of the university, bring extra foreign expertise to the field, and engaging professors, especially distinguished professors or meritorious professors in South Africa, who gain extensive experience and who are really lead scientists in their disciplines. So that's one to encourage. And 2 years ago, with the new postgraduate policy at the University of Namibia, there was no requirement for publication for PhD graduates, but it was recommended. Now, with the new policy, the students must publish minimum of 2 in index journals, and for master students, if the master student is registered by coursework, she or he must present at least 1 conference presentation and submit or approve a paper is drafted and submitted. But not published is okay. But for students, master students with a thesis program, they must publish minimum 1 journal article. So that's invitation extended to the external, international based professor or scholars is to increase the research output of the University of Namibia. That's, and definitely when you be very committed in your PhD, as Dr. Ronald mentioned, also Dr. Binan, also a situation of excellent number of outcome. So can we pose this question now? Should we measure a successful PhD journey with a number of successful published journal articles in accredited journals? That question was posed to us by a professor, South African professor in education. She asked us, so how do you judge your supervision currently, and how do you compare it when you went through the journey yourself? And definitely there were different answers for that, and with each of the people who participated in that course about their own experience, which it was really amazing to learn and exposed to such. And definitely, when you are able to demonstrate, I have published 6, 9, 12, definitely it's easy to get a tuner position in Europe or as a research group leader in scientific societies like Max Planck. Just to bring you back to my own experience, when I was in China, a PhD student from Kenya, he published in 3 years 6 journal articles in protein membrane technologies-based journals. So at the end of when he was presenting to us in front of the panels, he just combined the 6 papers with putting an introduction and conclusion. He said to the people, this is my thesis, and I'm traveling next week to Munich because I got a group leader position at Technical University of Munich. So it's a kind here demonstration of excellent science. Definitely at that time you can see a good example of PhD journey with such supervision and committed studentship in that. Yes, Prof.
Yeah, that was good to hear, Professor Ahmad. Sorry, permit me to sit down. But yeah, I did hear the other gentleman said he finished his PhD in 2 years. Is that the international best practice? In my university, you have a minimum of 36 months. Yeah, even if you finish all your work in 1 year, you have a waiting period of 3 years. You get the point I'm making? 36 months. And if you get into the internationalization of academic practices, I think it's important for us to streamline that. And quite rightly, you also mentioned that with a PhD, without a PhD, you can't supervise postgraduate students. Yes, as a main supervisor. Yes, it's same with my institution, and it's not just enough. If you have a PhD and you're not a senior lecturer, you cannot be a lead supervisor for a PhD candidate. So that's the way it goes with me. Thank you very much.
I think that's one part of the answer on your... Yes, yes.
Yeah. I think it's worth thinking carefully. Obviously, you need to pick a supervisor who's got a PhD, because you shouldn't allow anyone to supervise a PhD unless they have a PhD themselves, because they're not familiar with the PhD journey. But sometimes we expect our lecturers to, because they all have PhDs, to supervise PhD students, and they cannot, well, it used to be that they cannot then be promoted to senior lecturer until they have graduated a PhD student. So it was demonstration that they had achieved that level in research teaching. From a student's point of view, the big professor may well be very busy with lots of other things. I think you were talking about that, in that and therefore may not have time to spend time with you. Whereas a lecturer who's got a PhD, is enthusiastic, starting off their research group, may actually have more time to dedicate to you and to support you. So they may not have the experience and the star quality of your big professor, but sometimes, if you want more guidance, a well-qualified lecturer can be a very good supervisor. So it's worth doing your homework when you apply for a PhD. Find out from other people what their experience is, if you can, with that potential supervisor.
I think Prof. He has...
This is a very lively discussion on completion of PhD or master's or any other level of education, or even of writing a paper. But my thinking is this: the word impossible, the word impossible, for the time being, let us leave it in the dictionary, not in the academic arena. This is the way I can look at it. For example, in our context as a country, or even Mbarara University, I know there are people who have completed PhDs in 2 years, even 3 years. They have completed. It's possible. Number two, for example, I've got in our history, for example, primary leaving or O-level or A-level. There are people who have completed. We know primarily you take 7 years. That's in the country. But we know, even you may find there are people seated here who completed their 7 years in 4 years.
Yes.
They are there. So it depends on each individual central processing unit. There are those who take a short time to process some of the information, and therefore they have to complete. So, but the most important thing, you and me, in this academic journey, and I'm sure if they share their story by taking 2 years, there is when, for example, before you begin your doctoral training or master training, you have already been thinking about what you are going to look at. So by the time you start, you're already even ahead. Yeah. Just an advice. For example, some of our colleagues, the students, I call them academic boyfriends, academic girlfriends. Don't misunderstand me. Yes. Your academic boyfriend, your academic girlfriend. Yes. Now, those who are really undergraduate, you may find that now those who had to write their final semester, recently, which was completed. Others were already thinking ahead of their next destination. Others even are already doing their masters. For you are struggling to finish, another one is already starting a master's. So my thinking, there is nothing that is static. The word static, everything is in our mind. So completion, doing this journey, but the most important thing is to understand the environment, the people we are interacting with in this PhD journey. Let me stop there. Otherwise, it's doable. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, Dr. Kenneth, then it will come to you.
Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation, Dr. Kato. What Engineer Kaiwa forgot to tell you is that we had a super funder. That's Mapronano SC, a World Bank funded project.
Okay.
So we are never short of funds, consumables, and Dr. Moses told you that he went to India about 2 times, South Africa. Yes. So whenever something was impossible in Uganda at Makerere University, and you identify any lab anywhere, you could be on the plane the following day, yes, to go and conduct your experiments. Excellent. So that's the reason why we managed to complete our PhDs within the shortest period of time possible.
Excellent.
However, Professor Waiso wanted to know, the standard time of doing a PhD at Makerere. It's supposed to be 4 years.
4 years.
Yes, you can, complete collecting your data, writing your dissertation, but you'll graduate after 4 years. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much for that comment. Thank you. We have the last.
Thank you very much. My name is John Zine. As a country, we've really struggled with completion rates for higher degrees. All universities cutting across. If 100 students enroll into a PhD, within the right time, you might find 2 completing, and about the next 10 years, only about 20% might complete. And we have very many who get lost to follow up. As a country, that is reality, that is actually true. The other difference I have seen is when you look at training in the Western world and then you come back to Africa, higher degrees, rather postgraduate training in the West is more of based on research teams and research projects. About 6 students come into one project and they are doing quite related work. Like we are seeing the candidates who are working on this project. Okay. So literature review is possible. There is some collaboration, labs, and eventually research, rather results and all that keeps them together and they progress almost at the same pace. Coming this side, on the other hand, you find your 6 students enrolled for a PhD and everyone is doing something different. Yes. In some places, if you say a similar word in the 2 studies, they will tell you this is related and they may tell you to stop. And this leaves everyone on their own, and sometimes studying becomes difficult. So I think it is a good way if we start going the research projects way, that you have people doing quite related work, each one probably achieving an objective and then moving towards completion.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think just to conclude on that, Africa needs an intensive research universities. We need to be more structured in research groups, in research programs, and without, as Prof was emphasizing, on the collaboration and reaching out to industry, to government, to NGOs, to form these active groups, I think we will not reach to our target. We will always struggle. Small example on that, as you mentioned, we have the similar situation in Namibia. Namibian students, after coming from abroad, they find very difficult situation on the ground to start working in conducive environment, let me say in labs. Why? Because of lack of technical staff. We are overwhelmed with teaching, and the teaching load is bothering everyone, because those lecturers, when they complete their PhD, especially chemistry, you find each of them having 3 or 4 modules to teach. So, and one example on that, one of my colleagues, she's an expert in analytical, same as Dr. Moses. When she came back to she graduated from Stellenbosch University. She did works on phenolics compounds from herbal tea of rooibos. I think Dr. Moses knows rooibos in South Africa. So she published 7 research articles. Can you imagine, in 3 years she graduated in South Africa. When she came back to Namibia, only she published her first paper after 5 years, coming back to Namibia. So is the students the problem, or the graduate, or the conducive environment? That's the question. And yes, definitely. I think our scientists, African scientists, when they go abroad, you find them excellent students. They work in very good, hardworking. They compete even sometimes with Chinese. You know, Chinese students or Asian students are very hardworking. Sometimes it doesn't matter about sleeping, they continue overnight. So, and I can see some smiles on some faces, so that means you have witnessed that yourself. Yes, so Africa is not about that, what we are, the situation is about lack of fund, as Dr. Kenneth now mentioning. The human aspect is very strong and is the wealth. We just need to create the conducive environment for research. I think we will be flourished at that time. Thank you very much.
Okay. No, mine was not a question, but still you have commented partly about what I was going to ask Prof. Anne to just comment also in how when we are trying to maximize productivity, especially when someone is starting research, balancing research and teaching is one of the biggest problems, especially I think I will say in Africa. So just highlight on that. How can someone balance teaching effectively and you are also doing research effectively?
Yeah, that's a tough one. It depends. I can comment on how we try and manage it at Imperial. I'm not sure whether you can manage it in your university, but as we have a Vice Chancellor here who might be listening, it's about managing workload for the staff, and we're going through a workload evaluation here at Imperial at the moment because staff have complained about workload. But we do, in any case, we try and balance the teaching, the research and the administrative load of our staff so that, because we recognize that research is the way to develop your career and be promoted. You know, within a university environment, you've got to do your research. It's the quality and extent of your research that ultimately leads to your promotion. But you have to be delivering teaching at an acceptable level, so good quality, and the students are happy with it, and you have to take your share of the burden of administrative tasks. But particularly for early career researchers, junior academic staff, we try and ensure that the professors take a greater proportion of the administrative tasks so that there is more time for the lecturers and senior lecturers to develop their research careers. I'm trying to think. I believe we did a survey a long time ago, but the average teaching load of academic staff, so lecturers, senior lecturers, readers, professors across the university at the time, was about 70, 75 contact hours. And obviously on top of that, there's all the preparation and assessment work. There are other universities in the UK who have a much higher load for teaching hours, and that does inevitably impact the quality of their research. So I think it's a decision of the head of department and the university is where the priorities lie, because ultimately, of course, you've got to balance the books for the university, and from, I don't know what the financial situation is here, but a significant proportion of Imperial's income comes from teaching, from our students at all levels. But our reputation rests on the quality of our research. So you've got to balance those two. So I think it's discussions of senior management with listening to their young staff and deciding where the priorities are and how to make the books balance. Does that help a bit?
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Please give another round of applause to Professor Yusuf Keto, all the way from Namibia to Uganda. At this moment, I'll just request, I've been told that Apio has a 10-minute presentation. Oh, it's Professor Waiswa. Yes, a 10-minute presentation. And then after, we're going to have the students pitch again for 5 minutes, and then we shall have their Q&A, and then go for lunch. Okay. When I said lunch, everyone said, "Ooh, yes, we're going for lunch."
Yep. The slideshow. Slideshow. What's happening? Okay. I just would like to make a presentation to enable us heave a sigh of relief. We've been sitting up tight all day, doing some more cerebral presentations and Q&A sessions. This time around, the presentation will underscore simply the importance, the relevance of teamwork. And we're going to learn it the nature's way. Just learning from nature. Because it's been said that man was not created to fly. If he were so created, God would have created him with wings. But we fly today anyway. And it's because we have followed the footprints of nature. So this time around, we are going to look at nature and learn how to build a formidable team. Because research is all about teamwork, partnership and teamwork. In all life's endeavor, as a human community, we learn from one another and we work together to achieve a set goal. So at this moment, we're going to talk about the geese. I guess, or I believe, we all know what the geese as birds are. They are migratory birds. In my part of the world, we have a species of birds close to the geese. We call them the cattle egrets. They migrate during seasons. During the dry season, they move down south. And when the season dries, the rains comes, they move up north. So we call them the cattle egrets. They have the same migratory behavior like the geese. So this slide is if between friends and partners where geese are. Yep. You know, the geese fly in a V formation, just like an echelon of aircraft, particularly fighter aircraft. When they are going to battle, they fly in a V formation. The head of the V, you have the captain or the skipper, and on the flanks you have the skipper. So the leader is always at the convergent point. So that's how these birds fly, and they fly as a team. Yeah, and the whole flock increases their flight efficiency by 71% compared to just one bird flying. So the point is that we tend to bring out the best in us. We tend to be more efficient, at least 71%, just like the geese. Lesson 1, sharing the same direction and working as a team by helping ourselves, the accomplishments are greater. Then, when a goose leaves the formation, what then happens? He feels then he quickly comes back to the formation to take advantage of the flock's power in front of him. Lesson number 2. By staying in tune and united besides those who are, let's stay besides each other no matter what the difference, especially in times of difficulty and great challenges. If we bond together and support each other, if we make true the spirit of teamwork, regardless of our differences, we can rise to meet our challenge. If we understand the real value of friendship, if we are aware of the feeling of sharing, life will be easier and the passing of years more fulfilling. So my friends and partners, let's be like the geese. Thank you.
We don't need Q&A for this. Are you the duckling or the goose? Okay, our presentations are here, the students. Dr. Sagala says the students supposed to present. Please come forward. Let me request my ushers to get me 4 chairs here. Please don't carry your chair. You're the VIP. I'll carry your chair. Yes, the students, ushers, please get me 4 chairs here. Please, let's be like the goose and the geese. Faster, teamwork, friendship, partners. Yes, thank you so much. Now these geese are more than enough. So following what we did on day 1, it's like a pitch. Don't take us through the history and everything. Just hit the nail, problem statement, and what you're going to do, okay? So after we'll have the Q&A for you. My timekeeper here will tell you when the time starts. You introduce yourself, she's not timing there, and then later we'll go on. Are we ready? Ready to rumble? Who's the first person?
Good afternoon. My name is Opio Ambrose. I'm a student of Makerere University, offering Masters of Science in Mechanical Engineering. I'm most humble to be among the team to join in this kind of forum and discussions. And my presentation is not the one, no. My presentation is going to be on the development of Odua removal, a Bio-Silica component, rice husk. Yeah, I chose the topic. You see, within the comfort, we are affected so much by the impact we get from Odua, mostly in confined spaces, cold rooms, and systems. These are places in the hospitals. Most of the time in the comforts of our homes, we have fridges, and sometimes we use them, the smell. Let's go. Yeah. Yeah. Pardon? Yeah. So, as the topic, I said development of Odua removal biomaterial component from rice husk, Bio-Silica. So, in problem statement as described, we're looking at that Odua causes a lot of discomfort in our community, in our houses. Mostly we feel not comfortable, and this mostly happens in confined spaces, cold rooms, in refrigeration, in houses with the AC, where the extractions may not be so much good. So, Odua pollution is a significant environmental and health issue, particularly in industrial areas, waste management facilities, and livestock farms. Conventional method of Odua removal, which is currently in place, is mostly chemical intensive, which intends to be, it has a lot of health problem, environmental problems, which in this attempt with, I think when this project is posted, can mitigate such kind of challenges because of their abundant rice husk, byproducts of the rice milling industry in Uganda. It's typically considered agricultural waste and is often disposed of. So I understand that this project, when these rice husks are collected together, they can form Bio-Silica they can be transformed into Bio-Silica by burning in spaces with a limited carbon dioxide supply. So the objectives would be to convert rice husk and abandoned agricultural waste into available biomaterials for Odua removal. A specific objective would be to improve the porosity surface area of rice husk derived of Bio-Silica, rice husk Bio-Silica derived to enhance its ability to absorb Odua causing compounds, and also to develop environmentally friendly and cost-effective process for producing biomaterials. Then the third specific objective would be to evaluate the effectiveness of biomaterials in removing various Odua compounds and optimize production parameters for maximum efficiency. So a lot has been discussed by senior on the methodologies, and since we were doing the pitch, we needed to go down and correct, but a process in the methodology would require collection and preparations of this rice husk with given processes which were defined, drying them and carbonizing them, then chemically activating them, discretizing them with the processes, then testing for its scalability for Odua removal. Then optimization processes like optimize the porosity, temperature activation methods, and the chemical concentration to maximize the Odua removal efficiency. Then conducts experiment to find the optimal conditions for highest absorption capacity and access the scalability process for potential commercial productions. Down, since it's I think the slide has come, go to Mercedes. Down, we looked, no, go back. Okay, there. So, down. So we're looking at now, since the title is developing a product, we developed a product such as air purifiers, Odua absorbing filters, Odua removal pads, incorporating the rice husk-based biomaterials, and performed a market analysis and the regulatory compliance, which involved. I can give you a testimony about materials not only limited to rice husk, we also have other wood which are burnt
within limited supply like charcoal. I've proved that when you put such charcoal in the refrigerant, it can alternate the odor effect. You find that after a couple of time, the odor in the refrigerant is being altered. So now in this case, time up. Thank you. That was part of my presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mujulis Frank, and I'm presenting the development. I'm presenting the mitigating post-harvest lot in Irish potatoes through Bio-Silica derived from rice husks. And our theme is the development. And our theme is the development of Bio-Silica from rice husks for industrial applications. We've seen several researchers coming up with information that proves that Bio-Silica can be used to make fertilizers. It can be used to treat medical waste. It can be used to make drug delivery systems. And so we are also coming up with an idea, a research idea, that we can use Bio-Silica to prevent Irish potato lotting. And we know that we have a high demand for Irish potatoes. Here in Uganda, the demand is so huge. But the biggest challenge we are facing is lotting. This lotting is being caused by fungi and bacteria. And farmers are currently relying on genetically modified products. They're also using chemicals, agrochemicals. But there is not enough research to prove that genetically modified products are safe for use. As well as these chemicals, even though they work, but they have not been efficient at eliminating lot in Irish potatoes, and this has resulted into a rise in the cost. So this is the problem that we are trying to solve, and we are feeling that by using Bio-Silica extracted from rice husks, we can solve that problem. We can prevent lotting in Irish potatoes. Next. We have similar objectives like previous researchers. Number one is to extract Bio-Silica, and we've learned a lot in the past few days about how we can do that. But my main point of concern is after we have extracted Bio-Silica, we have done characterization on it, then we determine the optimal methods for concentration. Optimal methods and concentrations for applying Bio-Silica. The methodology will be similar, like what previous chemists used. Extraction process, come forward. Characterization, then formulation. When we reach at formulation, we want to ensure that this Bio-Silica is in a form that is easily absorbable by plants. We realized that we can achieve this by combining with other treatments where we are looking at plants like neem, garlic, even if you have aloe vera can as well work. Prasidinga can also work. They contain that organ that can that has antimicrobacterial and microbial properties. Then after that, we shall conduct application trials where we are having pre-harvest trials and post-harvest trials. We are looking at dipping and spraying in such experience. After that, we shall do monitoring and control, which is trying to evaluate and see if the application has been effective. It's going to take us averagely 12 months with a budget of over 46 million. Continue. Thank you so much. Succeed, we must.
I think as they are projecting, the topic I'm going to tackle with, I think it's in line of our lunch time, so you need to be patient a moment. I'm Stephen Sebiraza from the Department of Chemistry, doing a master's degree in chemistry. I'm here to present to you a topic, synthesis and characterization of Bio-Silica nanoparticles from rice husks as a nano delivery system. The insulin I'm going to talk about, it's a peptide drug which is normally injected in the blood in a subcutaneous form or as an injection. This drug can be distorted by the gastrointestinal enzymes if applied orally. So the best way we can use it is by subcutaneous method, that is as injection. My problem statement goes, diabetes mellitus 1 is a disorder characterized by high blood levels in the blood. This is caused by the failure or the destruction of the beta cells of insulin of Langerhans that destroys the insulin from pancreatic gland, thus reducing the production of insulin levels. And the moment when these insulin levels are reduced, the blood glucose will actually go high, thus leading to the disorder called diabetes mellitus 1. However, the traditional insulin administration has challenges such as the poor patient's adherence. Time will come when you continue injecting yourself with insulin and the tummy will get inflamed. At the end of the day, you will fail to inject or to get somewhere to put your injection. So, by synthesizing Mesoporus Bio-Silica and use it as a drug carrier, it can help solve that problem of injection. Those are my objectives. The main objective is to encapsulate insulin within the synthesized Mesoporus Bio-Silica and use it as a drug delivery. And one of the specific objectives which was talked about even by the professors and doctors is to synthesize and characterize Mesoporus Bio-Silica. The other one is to functionalize the Mesoporus Bio-Silica so that it can easily bond with the insulin I'm going to deal with. The last one is to encapsulate and determine the loading capacity. Continue. The method here, of course, it won't change. I will first treat the rice husks. After collecting it, I will deionize with the water. Then I acid leach using hydrochloric acid. Then after, I will dry in the oven for 2 hours. Then I will thermotreat it by heating it at high temperature, around 800 degrees. That is the process of calcination. There I will be removing the organic compounds. And after, I will add sodium hydroxide to form sodium silicate. And the sodium silicate, which I will add the ethanoic acid to remove the sodium. And after, I will agitate it by centrifugation and dry it. And later, I will prepare the Mesoporus Bio-Silica nanoparticles. The second objective is I will carboxylate it. Since the amino group, which is in the peptide bonds of the insulin, has the amine, So this amine can easily bond with the carboxylic acid. So by so doing, I will be forming a stronger bond with using acrylic acid, and I dry it in oven for 10 hours. The third objective, I will do the incubation, that is the addition of the insulin and the mesoporous Bio-Silica, which is functionalized in the oven for 24 hours. And after, I will subject it to ultrasonic for adsorption to take place. And after, I will do the centrifugation and loading and determine the loading capacity. And the loading capacity, I determine it by getting the initial concentration of the insulin, I subtract it from the insulin which is left, and divide it by the final concentration of the insulin. Yeah. And that is my work plan, and that is my budget. Thank you so much for listening.
Good afternoon. Nwamanya Edgar, doing a Master's of Science in Mechanical Engineering, Makerere University. So I'm going to present optimization of lithium-ion battery performance through the integration of Bio-Silica-based material from rice husks. As you are all aware, lithium-ion batteries are the most commonly used batteries in our phones. We now have electric bikes. We are Clear EVs working on electric cars. So these lithium-ion batteries are reaching their maximum potential in terms of energy density and the charge rate. So these the modern applications demand more efficient energy storage solutions than the current ion batteries. So my main objective will be to enhance the performance of lithium-ion batteries by incorporating sustainable Bio-Silica derived from rice husks into the anode materials. And then the specific objectives, first of all, is to extract that Bio-Silica from the rice husks, then to characterize that Bio-Silica nanoparticles from rice husks, then to develop composite anode materials incorporating Bio-Silica, then to evaluate the electrochemical performance of the Bio-Silica-based anodes. So the methods, every presenter has talked about the extraction of Bio-Silica, which is of course acquiring the rice husks from the local agricultural sources, then cleaning it, then treating it. Everyone has talked about the characterization using the FTI R machine, the XRD, the same. You proceed. Now when I'm going to concentrate more on this electrolyte fabrication, where I'm going to get this Bio-Silica, I mix it with the active materials, and this the most commonly used material is graphite. So I will mix it to form a composite and then create that electrolyte slurry, then coat the slurry onto the current correctors and dry it to form electrolytes, then assemble the electrolytes into half cells for initial testing. Then after that, I will assemble the full lithium-ion cells using the fabricated electrolytes, then conduct the electrochemical tests using this GCD machine, the CV machine. This will help me to evaluate the specific capacity, the energy density, and the power density. Then after that, I will analyze the data to assess the improvements in the energy density, charge rate, and then the cycle stability. Then I expect to finish by June next year, and that's a budget around 26 million. Thank you.
Professor, just to give you a heads up, so the last two presenters, they are our students here at MUST. Because we have a sample of Bio-Silica already synthesized, some is from here, another one I got it from somewhere. We have different materials from different places. So we have done a batch study for some application in different ways. So this one is a master's student. He has finished 1 year here at MUST. Now he's going to start his research. For him, he's using the Bio-Silica for oil recovery enhancement. He's just grafting the Bio-Silica with the surfactant. And the other one, Martin, is an undergrad. He did his project with Bio-Silica. I gave him a sample. He did the calculation, and then he used it to stabilize an emulsion. So he's just going to synopsis of what I wanted to give you a heads up of what they're going to talk about.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name's Walid Mumbere. As they have already introduced me, I'm a master candidate at this university, though I have a background in petroleum engineering. So my focus is in enhanced oil recovery and basically chemical enhanced oil recovery. So I'm not presenting my project. They gave me that topic, just talk about an overview of Bio-Silica nanomaterial applications in oil recovery. So we are going to see just a brief introduction, the properties, mechanism, the application, future perspectives. Yeah, we've seen that nanomaterials, they have emerged as promising solutions for EOR due to their unique properties. One of the unique properties is they have very minute size that is measured in nanometers, as you can see there. And then here I just put the figure in 3D. Next. So the Bio-Silica nanomaterials, they are derived from natural sources like plant biomass, diatoms, rice husk ash, and they offer eco-friendly and cost-effective alternatives to the conventional nanomaterials. So one of the examples, we have the rice husks, we have the wheat husks, and then the plant biomass, and then the other one, which is the diatoms. So this presentation will explore the application of these silica bio nanomaterials in EOR and their potential benefits. So what are the properties of these bio-silica nanomaterials? One, high surface area per unit volume is very important, as I'm doing a project where I'm going to graft, so surface area is important. Then they have attainable surface chemistry, as you can see. This silica nanoparticle is silica dioxide. As you can see, it has a functional group, hydroxyl group, OH. Then it is of low cost and abundant. And then its biocompatibility and biodegradability. Next. So there are very many methods of synthesizing. We have the chemical, the green, the physical. I think they talked about some of the methods earlier in the earlier presentations. But basically, our focus was on the chemical method, which is the sol gel method, which is a well-known method. So what is the mechanism of recovery of oil and gas using nanoparticles? One is we have interfacial tension reduction, where we reduce the force at the interface between these two fluids, oil and water. And then viscosity reduction, when we have grafted it with polymers. And then we have waterability alteration from oil weight to water weight, so aiding us in the sweep efficiency and recovering more oil. So this is just a schematic showing what happens. The waterability alteration from the oil weight to water weight, and then you see the disjoining pressure and then forming nano emulsions. Still, it shows the same thing, what I've talked about, but this is the interaction in the aqueous phase. So what are the application? One of them, there are quite many. So we have one is the Bio-Silica nano emulsion for emulsion stabilization. These nanoparticles stabilize oil in water or water in oil emulsion. They improve the sweep efficiency and the oil recovery. The second point, the Bio-Silica nanocomposite for viscosity modification. So when you incorporate them with polymers, so they help in increasing the viscosity and then improve on the mobility and sweep efficiency. So I included the grafting of the Bio-Silica nanomaterial on the SDS surfactant. This is an anionic surfactant being grafted on the Bio-Silica nanoparticles. So the grafting method is a standard method. I just wanted to show you the chemistry behind that takes place, where you see the hydrogen bonding with the oxygen on the surfactant, forming the hydrogen bonding. And this grafting, they aid the nanoparticles since they form colloids at high temperatures. So these surfactants protect them from agglomerating at those temperatures, and it has also other advantages. So what are the advantages of us using these Bio-Silica nanomaterials? We said we are getting them from plant residues, and one of the advantages, they are environmentally friendly, cost effectiveness, abundant, and potential for large scale production. So what are the challenges and the future perspectives? One of the challenges is upscaling and field scale implementation. We normally do this in the lab, but we need to put it, for example, to the fields, that the ongoing operation in Hoima. Then the long-term stability and transport in porous media. That's why we are grafting to aid in the stability of these nanoparticles. And then potential environmental impacts and toxicity concerns. And again, the future perspective is integrating it with other EOR techniques. And that's all. That's what I had for you today. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to you all. Once again, I am Demirel Philip Martin. I just completed my 4 years at Mbarara University of Science and Technology in petroleum engineering and environmental management. Yeah, so this is what we had for our final year project. And the title of our project was Assessing the Emulsification Potential of Bio-Silica and the emulsification potential of Bio-Silica grafted with sodium dodecyl sulfate. And specifically, it was in the enhanced oil recovery implications. So you will not be able to see very well because I had prepared a poster I thought would have it printed out. Yeah, but then generally, my team and I, these were our findings. So from the abstract, you'll find out that we had an effective ratio of oil in water, which was 1 to 4. Then we found out that the effective surfactant concentration was 10,000 parts per million. The effective nanoparticle concentration was 2,500 parts per million. And, sorry, excuse me a bit. I think you can just... And the salt concentration, specifically, we found out that magnesium chloride was the favorable salt, and it was still at 10,000 parts per million concentration. Yeah, so under our introduction, why did we choose this as our project, and what was the main interest in this? So we all know that during oil recovery, there are 3 phases. There is the primary, there is the secondary, then there is the chemical enhanced oil recovery. Yeah, so generally throughout the life cycle of a reservoir, initially, you're producing basing on the pressures of the reservoir. That's under the primary recovery, which will not give you all the oil that's recoverable. So you have to employ other tactics. And that's where chemical enhanced oil recovery comes into play. So our main focus was to formulate the Windsor type 3 microemulsions. What's a Windsor type 3 microemulsion? It literally has 3 phases. It has the water phase, it has the oil phase, and then it has the microemulsions in between. So that was our main focus. And how, according to our methods and methodology, this right here is a diagram of how we formulated our Windsor type 3 microemulsions. We had water, to which we added brine or the salt, and specifically this, we tested with 3 salts. We had calcium chloride, we had magnesium chloride, and sodium chloride. But from our studies, we found out that magnesium chloride gave the best results. So we added magnesium chloride to water, and we formed brine. Then we added the surfactant. Yeah, and in all this, we kept on stirring. We added the nanoparticles, and at last, we added the oil. So due to the challenges that we face as a university, we weren't able to get Ugandan oil from PAU, as earlier noted during these sessions. So we formulated our own oil phase. And this was by mixing equal ratios of kerosene and, of diesel and petrol. So we mixed it 1 to 1 and formulated our own oil phase. That's the oil phase we used. Yeah, so we were provided with data, characterization data. That is the FTIR. We had the DLS, yeah, and we had the TGA. So from the TGA analysis, we were able to determine the best rice husks, because there were 3 rice husks given. There were the white rice husks, the red rice husks, and the blue rice husks. So we found out that the green rice husks they have the highest carrying capacity. So they are the ones that we used for our project. From the TGA, that's the one above. As you can see, there are 3 lines right here. But the one down, it shows you the highest carrying capacity. Yeah, so we went ahead to analyze our FTIR data, and at the distinctive peaks, we were able to confirm that the SDS and the Bio-Silica were successfully grafted. So we proceeded and analyzed the DLS data, which gave us a pH range. So we used the pH range of 11 for our experiments. So the very first experiment we did from here was determining the effective ratios. We had, that's oil in water. So we had the 1:1, we had 1:4, and 1:9. And the effective oil ratio we found was 1:4. Yeah, then we had the different salts. I told you we had 3 salts: magnesium chloride, calcium chloride, and sodium chloride. And magnesium chloride gave us the best results. So we went ahead and we had the surfactant, the nanoparticle, different ranges, and we came up with the effective conditions. So we carried out these experiments at the effective conditions, and we found out, just as the previous scholars, that when you combine the nanoparticles and the surfactant together, you achieve a better job, I would say, than when you just have the surfactant working alone. And it's also less costly. Yeah. So in conclusion, those were our findings, and as you can see here, this was our successful Windsor type 3 microemulsion formed. Thank you very much.
I invite you to take the hot seat right here, please. Now let's sit here for the Q&A. Steve, where are you? We're going to have questions from the audience. And this is going to take us just 5 minutes, please. I think pull a little bit in front. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Extend a little behind, if you don't mind. Guys, no, I mean all of you extend a little in front to be on the same line with. Yes. Let's move in front. Yes. Question 1, question 2, and 3. There's one here as we're getting to the back.
Okay. Thank you very much for those presentations. I have 2 questions and 1 recommendation. The question number 1 to the potato post-harvest rot project. You mentioned that you are going to use the nanoparticles formulated for Bio-Silica from rice husk and together in synergy with antimicrobial compounds selected from, I saw neem and garlic, right? Yeah. So you need to be more specific in your formulation because there are, as you mentioned, there are 2 types of causing microorganisms for that rot. One is the fungi belonging to the species of Fusarium, and the other bacterial causing agent. So not all organic acids, they have antifungal effects. So just be careful when you choose your formulation because you need to choose it based on confirmed literature. I think garlic has more compounds with antifungal and definitely with antimicrobial, but about neem, I'm not sure that much. And the organic acid, which organic acid are you going to use? Okay, and the concentration is very important. Now, I also one project for the delivery system for insulin. A very interesting concept. Now, I saw a specific objective number 2 and number 3. I didn't see which specific test are you going to use in your methodology to confirm how the insulin efficiency is going to be tested on the formulated nanoparticles from Bio-Silica you are going to use. Because that's very important. And at the end, how are you going to test your final prototype? Are you going to test it in cell lines? I think you remember Dr. Kenneth, he mentioned something yesterday about drug delivery and targeting the receptors. In insulin, I think you need to go deeper and look at what receptors are you going to target. And I think you can have maybe even later one-on-one with Dr. Kenneth on that. He's expert in that area. Now, for Martin, I think I heard you saying we selected or we got the best result of magnesium chloride, right? Based on what performance have you come to that conclusion? Thank you very much.
Someone has a microphone there.
Yes, this is just a recap on Walid. Thank you for the presentation. Don't worry, I'm not going to ask. Just one thing I wanted, because you're doing petroleum, what could be the empirical formula for that petroleum you're going to deal with? That is key when it comes to adsorption. Then the commonest, which I want to ask you, then it will go across board for those who are going to do adsorption. When you graft your silica, after grafting, you adsorb, right? Then after adsorbing, then what? What are you going to do to that used, adsorbed, grafted biosilica? And this goes to those who are doing adsorption. When you adsorb and you have a used adsorbed material, then what? Okay? You may not answer it now, but just something to think about. Because believe me or you, they will always ask that. After adsorbing, then what are you going to do with it? Because I was trying to think in petroleum, if you adsorb and you have your silica there with petroleum, what are you going to use it for? I've not seen it in my head for now, but think, and even those who are doing adsorption, please think about it. Thank you.
We'll start here.
Protocol observed. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kabai Sam. My question is going to the gentleman who presented the diabetes type 1. Maybe in diabetes type 1, we know it's typically insulin dependent. And I think your slides moved so fast, I didn't recognize what problem are you actually targeting to solve in this case, like your research. Thank you very much.
Great. Well, thank you. Well done, all of you. There were some good. They're all good presentations, and you've thought through your projects very carefully. Some comments that you may not be able to include, but to think about maybe for future work. Preventing rotting of potatoes. Maybe I missed it, but would it be possible to deliberately infect your potatoes with some known disease-causing fungi and bacteria or to obtain, just to make sure that you have potatoes that are infected in some way, and obviously use a control where you leave a bunch of potatoes on their own without the treatment before you, and compare the results with those that you know have been treated. So you've got the, you really know you've got some potatoes that are going to rot. You can compare the rate of rotting and the amount of rotting between those two samples. So that was a thought. And maybe there's some microbial fungal experts somewhere in the university who can help you with that. Insulin, my question was, it sounds great. How do you know it's going to be released again? Because it's great getting it in the Bio-Silica, but you need to get it out. It needs to, at body conditions. Obviously you can't use animals, but perhaps you can devise an experiment with water that's got a similar pH, salinity at the right temperature, body temperature, does the insulin then come out again? Because if it just sits in there, yeah, it's not going to help anyone with diabetes. That was a thought. Surfactants, nice idea. And I suppose this applies to the other EOR process. It's great improving oil recovery, but it's the trick is with surfactants, which people have always found challenging, is you then will end up producing your surfactant, and because you've got an emulsion with oil in it, you want to break that emulsion to then recover the oil. Obviously there'll be an oil bank as well, but how do you then break the emulsion? Because you want, it's a conundrum, because you want it to form a stable emulsion that'll last for several hundred meters between wells, if not a kilometer, but then you want to be able to just break it down immediately you produce it. I'm not a chemist. We have some expert chemists here who might know better about those sorts of behaviours. And then the idea about making a synthetic oil, yeah, fully understand the process. The tricky bit when making a synthetic oil is the active compounds that alter wettability are typically the polyaromatics. The alkanes are quite benign, really, so if you want to explore wettability and all those sorts of chemistry things, that would be, you've done your project now and it's great, but if you wanted to continue it, that might be something to continue. Or be nice to an oil company and see if they'll give you a barrel of oil to keep safely. Safety here is the important one. Yeah, so just some comments there.
Okay. Okay, for the problem, the gentleman has asked about which problem am I trying to solve. I'm trying to synthesize the mesoporous Bio-Silica, which I can encapsulate with insulin, and I deliver it in the body so that I can solve the problem of injection. That is the way of administration. Then the other one for the railways, we know very well that the digestion of insulin or digestion of the proteins in the ileum, it is done by the protease, the enzyme protease. So in the pH 7.4, I will use the buffer solution, that is PBS, then I determine the Lewis kinetics, and I concentrate on the pH. Then for the other one who was asking about what happens after adsorption. After adsorption, I will encapsulate my insulin with arganic acid. Then from there, I will be creating a layer which can help to deliver my drug in the body. Thank you so much.
Yes, I didn't present my project here. What next after adsorption or grafting is I'm going to disperse this in low salinity water, because in oil and gas, I said, Martin talked about that. We have primary recovery, secondary and tertiary. So now here we have enhanced oil recovery, where we have chemical, surfactant flooding. So flooding this into the well, we shall disperse it in low salinity water of a given volume. Then we flood it into the reservoir, and then we get the result. In the experiments that I'm going to conduct, we're going to do a core flooding experiment. I don't know whether you are well conversant with it, where we shall test in the lab to see how much are we recovering, the recovery factor. I think I've answered you well. Good.
Professor Kato asked me whether fungi and bacteria has ability to maximally overcome. Oh, he asked me whether neem or garlic has ability to maximally overcome fungi and bacteria. I will conduct more research and I will even seek guidance of experts. It aligns similar with what Professor Ann asked about. It was actually a recommendation where she was saying I should consult microbiome and fungal experts to be sure that this experiment is going to work better than the conventional methods of treating Irish potatoes. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Professor Yusuf, Kato, you asked me how we determined the stability. Okay, how magnesium chloride is best suited. Yes, so we had creaming index experiments. Yeah, those were the graphs that were there, just that you couldn't see them very well. But magnesium chloride gave us a creaming index of about 40% compared to other salts, which was the least. And the lower the creaming index, the more stable the emulsion. So that's how we determined that. Yeah. Then Professor Ann, thank you very much. I believe that there are various methods you can use to break down these strong emulsions. One of them is the electrostatic de-emulsification. So you can apply this, apply an electric field, and it will break down the emulsions faster upon recovery of the oil. Yeah, then the other bit, I'll look into it. Thank you very much. I will, because I plan to proceed with it. Thank you very much.
Okay, round of applause for this gentleman. Yes, next time I pray there is a lady on this panel. I don't know who selected it, but best of luck. Please take your seats. At this moment, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to officially invite the Dean, Faculty of Applied Sciences and Technology, Dr. John Zobongoloch, to give us his final remarks and do the needful. Dr. Johns, please come knowing that Apio is seated in front here. Yes, and in the house we have Opio. Who is Opio? Yes, Opio, come and have a handshake with Apio. Are you a twin? I beg, I beg, I beg. So the boy is O and the girl is A. So, yes, Kodak moment, yes, thank you.
Thank you, Angela. And thank you, everyone. I want to thank all our presenters and the organizers of this symposium or workshop. I think we have been blessed to have distinguished professors from outside the country and also from our mother university in Uganda. We're always glad when we have Makerere here. So Dr. Nantawa and the colleagues from Makerere, we are grateful that you are here and you honored our invitation. I think what has been done here today, credit goes to Sagala and the Department of Petroleum Engineering. It shows that we are growing as a department and also as a faculty. This is happening for the first time in the Department of Petroleum Engineering, and we hope that this is going to continue and it will be the trend. We have seen so many presentations of abstracts and projects here. I think that in the next couple of years, we are going to be reading a lot of publications coming out of this group. So this is a good journey to walk. And to the students who are based here, we are ready to work with you to make sure that you are not left behind. Professor here talked about the geese flying together. We don't want to see the ones in Makerere graduating and the ones at Mbarara lagging behind. We want the whole team to move together. And I suppose that in the next year, we will have another lot following these ones, because we don't want to have a group and then they disappear and then we say, what happened to those people? we don't see the young ones following them. So I think that next year, hopefully, we will have the next event again taking place here. This should be a yearly event. And Dr. Sagala, next year when you organize, we want to bring the rest of the departments as well, so that these can become a faculty thing rather than a departmental thing. So I want to thank you once again, and those who are going to be leaving today, tomorrow, and the following days, we wish you safe travels to wherever you are going. But Mbarara is always a home. You are welcome here anytime. I have my Vice Chancellor here with us, Professor CTK. We call him CTK. He will tell you what the acronyms mean. But I want to welcome you to come and address this congregation. You're welcome.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Dean John Obongroch. My name is Charles Tushaume Kazoro. That's why he's calling me CTK. C for Charles, T for Tushaume, then K for Kazoro. Let's see what it is. You know, sometimes when you come to a workshop like this one, I haven't been with you for the number of days you have been here. But I just came in and had a seat at the back. Of course, I had not appreciated the audience. When you are behind there and you come late, in most cases, what happens, you are looking for the next chair so that you can take a seat and you listen. But once you move from where you are and you come in front, and you just look on the left, you look on the right, you see people who are yearning to learn research. That's when you appreciate the audience. Can I say you are a lovely audience, and thanks for blessing this training. When we are talking about, and I stand here on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Celestino Boa, who is not here, but he knows we are here. You and me, we are here. Then the second aspect is I would have loved to welcome, the different colleagues who have come from outside, UK, Namibia, is it Ghana? Nigeria, to welcome you to Uganda. But I have to be very careful. Why I'm saying I have to be very careful, because one of them, whom we have said, Professor Ann Apio, he was born in Uganda and he stayed here for 7 years. So you cannot say you are welcome to Uganda. No, this is your country. Yeah, welcome back to Uganda. So everybody, welcome back to Uganda. And we need to thank you for this. Now, when we are talking about capacity enhancement, because that was the theme, and here we are looking at engineering research in Africa. Now, it reminds me of one scenario, and this has happened to me when I was in Halifax, that's Canada, and trying to do research for my PhD. I was taken to a restaurant, and every Thursday it was famous for chicken wings, the chicken wings. But for me, I had the mentality of the chicken wings in Uganda, and particularly in Mbarara. Now you can imagine when they say a chicken wing, you know the size for that chicken wing, you know what it is. So we are 13, and we had got 13, my colleagues, so they had taken me there. So it was time to place an order. Now, the first person to place an order said he wanted 14 chicken wings. Now you can imagine, 14 chicken wings at the back of my mind from Mbarara. I know how the wings look like and the rest of it, but 14? Then the second one pressed 12 chicken wings. Now this was subtraction of 2. Now it was my turn to press the chicken wings. Then I said, the chicken wings in Uganda? Will I finish the 12? Now it was my time. They said, how many chicken wings? The waiter, how many chicken wings? I said smartly, 10 chicken wings. Now, of course, others pressed the chicken wings, the orders. Others were coming to 16, others were coming to 14. Nobody was going to 10 chicken wings. So what I decided to do, along the way, I said, here, waiter, I'm present, I want to change my order. And you know what happened? I had to go to take the middle ground, and I asked for 13 chicken wings. Now I was waiting to see the 13 chicken wings on my plate being brought in front of me. Now they brought the chicken wings. I was looking at them. Hey, you mean these are the chicken wings? These are the chicken wings. So at the end, this is what I said. You know, in Uganda, we've got chicken wings. In Canada now, this time Halifax, they have got chicken wings, but they are different chicken wings. So why have I told you this story? When we are talking about the research journey, whether you are from Namibian University, or you are from any other university in Uganda and the rest of it, remember this, the journey is different. But even you as an individual, you are in this journey. So that journey which you are going to take to complete your research training, remember this, that journey is different. But very important, the journey is to get your training to do research. Like the wings, whether in Canada or in Uganda, remember they are chicken wings. Even in Uganda, they are also chicken wings. And I can even tell you this one. My friend whom I had gone with to eat the chicken wings, he came here to Uganda, and I took him to Gwebikona, some of you who stay here, and I said, let us go and eat chicken wings. Now, I said, now, for me, I'm going to take goat ribs, for you eat chicken wings. And he said, 8 chicken wings. But for my part, I whispered to the waiters over there. Then I said, make 2 chicken wings. He placed an order of 8, but I told them behind, make 2 chicken wings. For me, I went for goat ribs. Now it was time for him to eat the wings. They brought the plate full of 2 chicken wings. Then he said, no, this is a lot. I said, but you ordered for 8 chicken wings? These are only 2 chicken wings. So, but why I'm telling you this, when we are talking about research journey, it's different. Very different. But of course, at the end of it, like the chicken wings, they are wings, it is also research. Research where you are supposed to come up with new knowledge, to add something to the pot of knowledge of your different field and the rest of it. But I can also whisper this knowledge, please. Don't do research. Don't do research for the sake of doing research. Put at the back of your mind, what sort of research am I going to do? Is this research going to be useful for me? My personal story. I did my PhD, was in sustainability. I'm an accountant. And I know the majority who are here, you did PCB, PCM. For me, I did PCM. But when I went to the university, I did Bachelor of Commerce. Now you can imagine PCM, most of the knowledge, but I went with Master. But the point which I'm mentioning here, when you are doing research, just be very careful. Why are you doing that research? And Professor, you raised a pertinent question. For this knowledge which you have gained, you are here, the most important thing, what is going to be your takeaway. Don't only think of takeaway in the restaurants, even in academic arena like this one, where we are seated listening to senior scientists and the rest of it. Ask yourself, you have been here for 3 or 4 days, sorry to, but the number of days, the number of hours, the number of minutes you have been here, ask yourself, what is my takeaway? What am I going to go with? Am I different? So now the point is, do a research which you know you are going to use, not a research which you are only going to get a degree. So I was telling you when I was doing my PhD, I'm a professional accountant. Then I said, what sort of research should I look at? I would have picked an area in accounting, or an area in auditing, or an area in entrepreneurship, audit, and the rest of it. But there was a new knowledge I wanted to look at. Because if people are talking about sustainability development goals, now the 17 goals, Now people start talking about social environmental issues and the integration, what we call the triple bottom down. Then I had to think of crafting my thinking, my story, my PhD journey on sustainability, accounting, and reporting, because that's what I wanted to do. Others were doing auditing, finance, and other management accounting. I said sustainability. That's where I wanted to do. So the point is, look for a research for a topic where you know tomorrow, as far as the action points are concerned, that research is going to help you. Now, from me, from the business background, now, once you are doing research, always ask yourself, what is it that you are going to contribute as far as social issues, as far as environmental issues, as far as the economic aspects are concerned? Because I would love that you do a research so that even this innovation which I've been looking at, I was seated there and asking myself, what is going to be at the end of the tunnel? What are you going to get in terms of your contribution? Is it contributing to addressing one of the 17 aspects of sustainability development goals? Are they looking at the Vision 2040, for example, or even the African Agenda 2063? Or are you contributing? In other words, what are you doing to do that? So let me leave that at that. I need to appreciate my colleagues, Dean and then Dr. Sagala. Why I'm appreciating you is because of this. Listening the few number of hours, probably 3, which have been seated here, I'm seeing young scientists coming on board to make their presentation. And nowadays, even when you write a proposal, for it to be successful, now sometimes they look at, of course, it's the agenda aspect, but again, they look at the seniority of the scientists. Don't be on the journey and you include people like John Zobongaruch only, or like myself, but also bring young scientists and you mentor them so that tomorrow they can also mentor others. And I like this scenario for bringing young scientists to share their experiences. I know sometimes in the academic arena and the examples in Uganda, which you can quote, somebody becomes a scientist, is crafted in a certain field. Now, the only thing that person will do when they are asking, why is it that you are the only one, even when you are 70, 80, or even 60, and the rest of it, he said, there are nobody interested in my field. Now you can imagine, the whole class, nobody is interested in my class. I'm not giving names because they are names. But, and this person later on, you find this person is training, don't misunderstand me when I mention this one, is looking for either son or a daughter and the rest of it to do the training. That is bad. What I'm trying to say is thank you for including young scientists to be part of the journey of research. And once they do it, they will also learn, and tomorrow they are going to extend an academic handshake and pull others to the journey of research and to university, and I need to thank you for that. Of course, when we see colleagues coming here, collaboration, it's just, they are here. The 3 professors, you are here because of collaboration. Previously, in the early 90s, even the 80s, for us in the university, they would say, either you publish or you perish. Either you publish or you perish. You can imagine, publish or perish. But there is no situation that is permanent. Flores, there is no situation that is permanent. It's not publishing or you perish. No. It is collaboration or you perish. Either you collaborate, because once I collaborate, I'm going to publish. I'm going to get knowledge as far as research is concerned. Therefore, it will enhance my capability. It will sharpen my central processing unit in terms of delivery. Thank you, team. Thank you, my colleagues who are seated here from Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Let us collaborate. Let us collaborate. Let us collaborate. And once there is that collaboration, I know you did mention it. Once you do the collaboration, don't lose the collaboration. Even when you are here, you should even have discussed another project, because this one we already have it as Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Now we are looking for something else. That's what we need to do. I seem to have talked many words. There are many words. Let me end by telling you another story, please. Please, this is a story. Now, there was an entrepreneur, just a business person. He had passed through Mbarara University of Science and Technology from our business schools, our faculty. He had been given knowledge and the rest of it. So he went to establish a business in one of the towns around here. So when he established a business, so what he did was to go into putting up just things which you find in the supermarket, like golf supermarkets. But these were a shop and it had 3 shops. It was a building and had 3 shops. Now, the middle, it had 3 shops and this was the first one. So he established his business in the first shop, in the middle shop, not the first shop. And he started selling these products which you may find in a supermarket, golf supermarket as an example. I'm not advertising golf supermarket. Now, he started selling, but you see, people were started looking at him making some money. And you know, there's a mentality. When you see many people going to a shop, you think that person is making what you call an abnormal profit. You can see, you see people walking, they are just walking there. This person must be making an abnormal profit. Then another person, because he had seen, he said, okay, let me also establish a shop. This shop, now you remember there was 3 now remaining. So he went on the left and he again put their things which the first person was selling. And you know, as a way of outcompeting the other, the first one. And these are the words which he wrote there. He said, cheap commodities sold here. Now you can imagine you are writing cheap commodities on the door, the wall, and the rest of it. Now you and me, if you were trying to buy items and you don't have enough money, you are looking for cheap commodities because your wallet is empty. It has got for example, now my wallet has got only 1,000 shillings. Now here came the third one. The third one, after seeing this one here, had to go to the third shop and sold the same products. This time, because he had seen what the second had done, putting the cheap commodities sold here, this one, what he did was just say, high quality products sold here. Remember the first one, there was nothing. Now, you and me, cheap commodities sold here, I only have 1,000. Another one has got, John Bongorocha, has got 10,000. You have more than. So 10,000 will go the other side. But this person here, this is what he did. Looked high quality. This one, cheap commodities. And he crafted 2 powerful words. And this time, those 2 powerful words, he put them on the door. And this is what those powerful words. We only put their main entrance. Main entrance. Of course, you and me, cheap commodities sold here, high quality products sold here. So the question is, where is the main entrance? Now, but you see this first one, the product of Mbarara University of Science and Technology, what he did, he said, no, why should we compete amongst ourselves? Why can't we come together and form a team? Why can't we collaborate? Meaning positive collaboration. Positive collaboration. And this is what happened. He said that they sat together and the rest of it, they removed the boundaries inside the shop. Now they created one entrance, closed the doors going to cheap or high quality products, but remained the words high quality products, cheap commodities sold here, and with the main entrance. And they made more money than previously what they were making. So why have I mentioned these, colleagues? The main entrance I'm talking about, colleagues, is Mbarara University of Science and Technology. It's a credible institution. And I know when you pass through Mbarara University of Science and Technology, you will never go wrong. But the most important thing is collaborate. You have got friends, whether your journey was 4 years, or your journey was 2 years, or even 1 year, or whatever number of years, or even your staff, collaborate. Collaborate. Just as an example, where we are seated, this room here, is one of the projects which I happen to be the team leader, but there are other scientists who would have been the team leader. Now we collaborated with this faculty and with all the faculties, and we won a grant of 6 million euros. Now, one of these grants, we have put up an innovation, Center of Innovation, Eco-Creation Lab. Now you can see we are seated here. So the most important thing, let us collaborate, collaborate, and collaborate positively. With those many words, on behalf of Mbarara University of Science and Technology, because you have done work, you are invited for lunch. And I thank you.
Thanks everyone for your engagement in this workshop. As we wind up the program, we are going for lunch, and we are going to have just one group photo possibly outside with the Vice Chancellor, and then people can come for lunch. Then there's another group from Makerere, which they have asked me, they are already going, the lecturers, and for our visitors, we have prepared an excursion which we are going to discuss briefly. We wanted to have a quick visit to one of our nearest parks around as we prepare to go tomorrow. So officially I close this workshop, and I congratulate all of you that have made it to until now. And we have certificates for those who attended. Because of time, I will pass through, I will give them to some of the coordinators that they will bring them to the respective people. Thank you so much, and I wish you a wonderful journey to all your respective destinations. God bless you.